like to thank on behalf of the JSCA for being here, which is one of the first face-to-face event we've done after the pandemic, specifically right here in Chile. We've done other events in other countries, but this is the first one in Chile. So thank you so much for being here. And I'd also like to greet Subdeputy of Equity and Gender Equality, and also Mr. Ambassador from Canada, Mr. Michael Gord. Thank you so much for joining us, as well as everyone from other countries, authorities from different parts of the world who are joining us as well. Okay, so the invitation was made by CEJA, and CEJA, this organization, is an intergovernmental organization, and its mission is to support the reform of justice systems in the Americas. And our institution was created on November 15, 1999, by a resolution of the General Assembly of the United Nations, and it provides technical assistance to governments, public ministry, ombudsman, and other justice areas, elaborating technical studies and at the same time generating empirical evidence regarding the functioning of the different justice systems. We facilitate cooperation processes at a regional level, and CEJA also trains different operators on public affairs regarding justice from at different countries in the Americas. So, first of all, we'd like to remind you that some of our speakers will speak English. So, if you need simultaneous interpreting, outside you can find the receivers for that. So, why are we here? Well, the objective of this particular seminar is to address the progress and challenges that at a structural and operational levels we have regarding gender equality and justice access in the Americas with an intersectional approach. And we are able to identify the different gaps and gender gaps as well as good practices in the Americas. So in order to do that, we will have three panel of experts. I will mention them in a few minutes. So first of all, we'd like to thank the Canadian government. Canada is actually the government that is allowing us through Global Affairs Canada to fund these activities as part of a program that we are concluding this particular year. And with nothing further to say, we would like to start by giving the welcoming remarks. And this will be done by Mrs. Jenny Murphy. She is the president of the Directive Council of CEJA, and she's joining us from Washington, D.C. So please, we are ready to start. So while we wait for her, let me tell you that the dynamic after the presentation and opening remarks will be as follows. We will have panel of experts, and each of the panel will have a moderator who will be in charge of actually addressing the conversation on different topics. The first one will be on a conceptual and general level, and we will have two guests. And then we will talk and know
Sandra?
about the policies of these multilateral organisms. And finally, we'll have a third panel of experts with some specific experiences and also regarding some progress in the region. So are we ready? A couple of minutes. So I've been told something. I haven't given you the name of this particular event. So why are we here actually? So this is an international seminar, of course, called Gender Equality on Justice Access in the Americas with an intersectional approach. So I told you everything about it, but not the name of this particular party. So that's it. So please.
No escucho nada. No sé si me escuchan. Buenos días. Disculpa, de
I'm so
mi
sorry to
lado
inconvenience you.
y de los que están participando no podemos
Probably on
escuchar.
my side,
Pero
we cannot
según lo
listen
que
to
yo
each other,
sepa,
but as
ustedes
far
me
as I know,
escuchan.
you are able to listening to me.
Entonces, buenos
So,
días.
well, good
Soy
morning,
Jenny
everyone.
Murphy, la
My name is
presidenta del
Jenny
Consejo
Murphy. I'm the
Directivo de
president of
CEJA.
the Directive Council of CEJA.
I want to welcome
And,
to this
y quiero
seminar the
darle la
officials
bienvenida
and
a este seminario,
representatives from
especialmente a los
governments,
oficiales y
judiciaries, public
representantes
prosecution
del
services,
gobierno, los sistemas
ministries
judiciales,
of justice and
fiscalías,
human rights,
ministerios de
ministries of
justicia y
women and police institutions and other justice entities,
y
operators and policymakers in the field of justice, and civil society organization throughout the Americas who focus on gender and rights. The Justice Studies Center of the Americas, CEJA, is an international organization created in 1999 by the General Assembly of the Organization of American States. Its mission is to support justice system reform, governance, and modernization throughout the Americas. CEJA considers the adoption of an intersectional approach in the uh, as very important, as well as it's a very complex matter. Recognizing that women suffer gender discrimination in one way or another goes hand in hand with recognizing that gender-based uh, historically is unequal and impacts access to justice. The gaps generated by gender stereotypes and discrimination are also influenced by such factors as age, ethnicity, language, sexual orientation, religion, socioeconomic conditions, culture, geographic location, and the status as a migrant or an indigenous person. In view of the gender-related elements that impact unequal access to justice, CEJA, with the support of Global Affairs Canada, organized this international seminar to address the progress made and challenges that exist in structural and operational areas in regards to gender equality in access to justice throughout the Americas from an intersectional approach, identifying the main gender gaps and obstacles and the best practices in place within the justice systems of the Americas. This seminar is an activity organized by CEJA in the context of the implementation of CEJA's new strategic plan that includes 5 priority topics. The first priority topic is situations of vulnerability. This seminar will have the participation of prestigious speakers throughout the Americas, including the Caribbean and Spanish-speaking Latin America. We thank all of the experts and public officials who will be presenters at this seminar. As president of CEJA's board of directors, I want this seminar to produce a deep discussion, and it will hopefully shed light on the specific situation of women and their needs for access to justice from a gender and intersectional perspective. Also, we want to promote the generation of measurable responses from Latin America and Caribbean judicial systems. And with that, I wish everyone a successful discussion throughout this seminar, and to the coordinators, just to reaffirm that we cannot hear anything on the audio. Thank you so much.
to the president of our directive council. And now I'd like to pass the floor to Mr. Ambassador of Canada, Mr. Michael Gold. Okay, here we go. So I'd like to start by greeting the Subsecretary of Women and Gender Equality. We know each other very well, and I've had the pleasure of being with her and Jenny Murphy, who just addressed the floor, Natalie Ponce as well, and everyone from CEJA who is joining us today. Welcome, and dear experts who will be joining us, and we be addressing the seminar, and everyone actually who is part of this particular seminar. Thank you so much for being here with us right now, face to face or online. So it's my pleasure actually to be part of this seminar organized by the Center of Justice Studies of the Americas so that we can share different experiences on gender equality, on justice access, and also the integration with an intersectional approach. CEJA is actually a very important partner for Canada, and we work hand in hand since 2004. Canada actually is pleased to become associated with CEJA, specifically in the project of improving access to civil justice in Latin America. And very soon, this project will conclude. With the different activities that we've done under the umbrella of this project for the last 7 years, we've had very positive results to improve the access to justice, a justice that respects everyone's rights. Canada firmly believes that civil justice is a key element of good governance, and it is mandatory to guarantee the rights of everyone, so that the rights of everyone are actually respected whenever they start becoming part of a conflict, and that every single dispute can be resolved transparently and in a timely manner. And Canada also believes that we should strengthen civil justice with a regional approach that can promote actually the exchange of information and knowledge. La pandemia presentó nuevas oportunidades para CEJA gracias al uso de tecnologías digitales y the Canadian government has taken different policies, transformative policies and programs also that have been designed to promote women's right and in order to reach gender equality both in our country as well as abroad. And these actions are based on the feminist foreign policy of Canada and leading the different efforts of all government parts. And we are applying a feminist approach in all of our international programs. We are based on a firm conviction that promoting open societies, inclusive societies, and societies that are based on rights is actually the most efficient way of building a safer world. Another important issue of this particular approach is acknowledging that women are not an homogeneous group. And we have, for example, indigenous, Black women, LGBT, migrant women, refugees, and also women in situation of disability, just to mention a few groups. So the challenges that they face are even more complex. The reform of legal systems should guarantee that everyone, independent of their gender, nationality, race, economic status, sexual identity, age, among other issues, should have the same access to justice, including the just protection or the fair protection of different state institutions such as the police, the prosecutor office, courthouses, judges, among others. So that's why platforms such as today are so important to us, because this particular seminar offers the opportunity to dialogue with people who are trying to apply this intersectional perspective to justice access in different countries of the Americas. I hope that the different experts and participants can make the most out of this day so that we can share in an honest and open way regarding the challenges and good practices. And with nothing further to say, I hope we have a great day and an inspiring day as well. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, embajador. Y bueno,
Thank you so much, Mr. Ambassador.
dejamos ahora para sus
And
palabras de
let me
bienvenida
give
a la
you
subsecretaria de la Mujer y Equidad de Género
let
del
me
Gobierno de
pass the
Chile,
floor
la
to
señora
the
Luz Vidal.
Subsecretary of Women's Rights, Mrs. Luz Vidal.
¿Se escucha ahí?
Can you
Sí.
hear me?
Marri Lamien, Marri Compuché, Ucheta Luz Vidal Huiriqueo Piñén, subsecretaria de la Mujer y Equidad de Género. Saludo, embajador.
Greetings, Mr. Ambassador.
Saludo a todos los
Greetings,
presentes,
everyone.
a quienes de una u otra
Greetings to all
forma
of you that one way or
trabajan
another are
porque
actually
las
working
brechas de
so
género,
that gender
estas
gaps,
marcadas
these
diferencias
extreme
acceso a la
differences that we
justicia,
have on justice
puedan
access can
ir siendo
be
cada vez menos.
actually be
Celebro que
fewer
hoy
over
día
time.
hayan
I actually
funcionarios
applaud the
importantes.
fact that
Están en
now we
formación.
have
Los
maybe
veo
trainees. I can
jóvenes.
see you, young people,
Algunos que están
some of you
ya
also that
en una
are
etapa
already
plena de lo que es
fulfilling different
impartir
stages of
justicia.
actually giving
Eh,
justice to different
Pero
areas.
creo que
But we should
siempre podemos
always,
tener
always
un momento
can have
de
one particular
aprendizaje,
moment to
un
learn,
momento de
one
quiebre
particular moment
para ver
that could be a
y
breaking
analizar
point to see
cómo
and
estamos
analyze
ejerciendo el
how we
rol
are
y
actually
cómo la ciudadanía, si
practicing
estamos siendo
and
acorde
if we are
a
being
lo que la ciudadanía
citizens
y a lo que los
according to the
tiempos de hoy
times,
día
according to
se
what the
espera.
citizenship and the times are waiting
El
for from
programa
us.
del gobierno
And
del presidente Gabriel Boric
President Boric
pone
government
foco en la
program puts an
transversalización de género
emphasis
para
on gender
alcanzar
transition
igualdad
to
de
reach
acceso a la justicia y
gender
en derechos
equality
humanos,
access to
reconociendo las
justice and
diversas
human rights. And
precariedades,
we acknowledge the
desigualdades,
different
brechas y
inequalities,
barreras
gaps,
que
and
persisten
barriers
para que
that
las
are still
mujeres,
there for
en su
women
búsqueda de acceder
whenever
a la
they want
justicia,
to have access to justice.
gobernamos para
We
erradicar la
govern
violencia
in order to
estructural contra las
eradicate the
mujeres
structural
y las
violence
disidencias.
against women.
Nos
And
mueve una
we are
ética del
moved
cuidado.
and we work
El
for ethics.
feminismo,
And actually,
sin duda,
feminism
amplía la democracia.
makes democracy
Abrimos
bigger.
nosotros una
And
puerta
actually, we are
que
opening
esperamos
a
no se
door
vuelva a cerrar.
that hopefully will
La
never be
perspectiva
closed
de
again.
género
Gender
es
perspective
y debe ser
is
una
and should
política de
be
Estado.
a state policy.
Reconocemos la
We
violencia
also
contra las mujeres
acknowledge
como un
violence
problema
against
estructural
women as
que
a
debe ser
structural problem
abordado
that must be
interseccional,
addressed intersectionally
intersectorial
and
e
also between different
integralmente.
sectors and in a
La
holistic manner
búsqueda
as
de
well.
erradicar todas las
The
formas de
pursuit of
violencia debe
eradicating
contar
all
con un
forms of
enfoque de
violence
seguridad
must have
preventivo,
a preventive security
comunitario,
approach, a
con
community
perspectiva de
approach with
género
a
y
gender
de derechos
perspective
humanos.
and based on human rights.
Para eso se
In order
buscará
to do
una
that,
mayor
we will look
coordinación
for a greater coordination
institucional,
between different
se
institutions. And
simplificará
at the same
el
time, we
sistema
will
de denuncia
simplify
de
the
delitos,
claiming
se
of different
incentivará la
crimes. And
denuncia
at the
y
same time, we will
se
promote claiming
robustizará
and we
la
will
oferta
strengthen
de centros de
the different
atención a
offer
víctimas de
of
delito, violencia
center of
y temor.
rehabilitation of victims that have
Fortaleceremos
suffered
el
different
Ministerio
crimes.
de la
We will
Mujer y
strengthen
Equidad de Género
women's
para que
ministry
sea más activo
and in order to
educar
have an even
contra
more
la
active
discriminación
against
y combatir la
discrimination.
violencia de
And we
género
will
y
also work
capacitaremos
on gender
a todos
affairs
los
and we will
funcionarios del
train
Estado
all
para
staff
erradicar todo
from the
tipo de
government so that
violencia y
they can
discriminación de
eradicate
género.
all sorts of violence and
En
discrimination.
esto me permito
And with
saludar
this, I'd like to take a
y
moment
transmitir también a
to
ustedes
share with you
Como el Ministerio de la Mujer
the way in which
tiene
the
muchas veces
Ministry of Women a
funcionarios
lot
tan
of time
comprometidas
has committed staff
que han
members
logrado
who have managed
sobrellevar
to
situaciones y
overcome some
liberaciones
very
incluso
difficult
propias
situation,
que nos ha tocado
even
conocer,
situations in which they
que nos
have been
duelen,
affected. This hurts
de
us.
las cuales nosotros
And
hoy día
actually,
nos hacemos
today
parte
we are
en el
being part
proceso
of this particular
de
process, this
recuperación
process of
de estos
recovery, this
funcionarios.
process of
Cuando
rehabilitation for
hablamos
this
de
particular
violencia
staff
del
member.
Estado,
And
cuando
when we
hablamos
talk
de
about
violencia
violence from the
estructural,
state, when we talk about the
muchas veces
structural violence,
encontrarse con
most
frases
time whenever
como
we find
la
some
grasa del
sentences
Estado.
such as the grease of the
Son
state, the
situaciones
fat of the
que
state,
hoy día
these are
no deben
situations
ser
that should
permitidas.
not be allowed nowadays.
Funcionarios como ustedes, que
Staff
en
members
distintos
like
ámbitos,
you, for
y los
example, that
miro
in different areas, and
a
I'm
los
looking at you,
funcionarios de
especially
policía,
those of you from the police forces,
muchas veces cuando se
most of
hacen
you,
denominaciones
whenever
como
we
esa, no
have
se
these kind of
entiende a menos que
denominations,
estés
this is
adentro,
not understood unless you are
lo que
inside of these
implica
organizations.
entregarse al
And unless
funcionamiento
you are part of these
para que el
institutions,
Estado en sí
you are not able to
alcance
see
la
how
justicia,
much work it is so
alcance
that
la
the state can
igualdad,
reach justice,
alcance
the
la,
state can
la
reach
dignidad
equality
para sus
and the
ciudadanos.
dignity for all of
Miro a los
its
funcionarios de
citizens. And
gendarmería
now I'm looking at
cuando muchas veces
the
quedan
prison guards, for example.
largas temporadas
And a lot of times
cumpliendo jornadas
they are working
intensas
for long, long
para
days
que pueda
so that they
realmente
can actually,
quienes han violentado
those
la
of
ley
you who have
estar a buen
broken the
resguardo
law are
y
actually
cumpliendo las
safeguarded
obligaciones que el
and they are
Estado
fulfilling
tiene
the
para con
obligation
estos
that the
ciudadanos.
states have with these particular citizens.
De repente en los estamentos de
Sometimes the different
fiscalía,
entities, such as the
cuando no
prosecutor
hay,
office, whenever, for example, we
cuando no hay dotación, cuando
don't
hay
have enough staff,
sobrecarga
or when
laboral,
there is an overload of
cuando se
work,
espera mucho más,
or sometimes
y
when we are
cuando
waiting
a
for
veces
more, and even sometimes
estando fuera
when we are outside
no
of
se
these
logra
institutions, we
entender
cannot
todo lo que
fully
implica.
understand the
Las
work they do.
violencias
Violence,
que
the
viven
violence
las
that
y los funcionarios
staff
también
members
es una
suffer,
violencia
it's
estructural.
also a structural
Y
violence.
eso, hoy día,
And with this,
obviamente,
of course,
nosotros queremos
we want
hacernos
to do
cargo,
something about it.
hacemos alianzas,
And we are generating
hacemos trabajo
alliances. We are
colaborativo,
working in a
al
collaborative
igual que cuando
manner,
hemos planteado
as
un
well as
sistema
we've created
que
some
cuida, un
systems that
sistema nacional de
safeguards people,
cuidado.
a national
Lo que
safeguarding
buscamos es
system. And actually,
que
we are
todos,
looking for
que
everyone,
todas y que todos tengan una
for
participación,
everyone to be part of this,
porque esto no es
because
una
this is
responsabilidad
not
solo de quienes nos
one
gobiernan.
person's responsibility. This is
Es
not
una
the government
responsabilidad
responsibility. This
de
is a
todos los
responsibility of
ciudadanos
all of us. We are all accountable
en
for
sus
this.
más amplias
In
diversidades
all of its
y en sus más
diversity,
amplios
in
roles
all
nos
of
toca
its
cumplir.
roles, citizenship must be part
La
of this.
falta de
And the
reconocimiento de
lack
las
of acknowledgement,
identidades
especially regarding the different
diversas, es una
diverse
expresión también de
identities,
violencia.
this is also an
Es
expression
una
of
expresión
violence.
de
This is
violencia
an
hacia
expression
la
of violence
comunidad
towards the community,
LGBTI+,
especially the LGBT
y causa
community,
estigma y
and
discriminación
stigmatizes and
interpersonal e
discriminates people at a
interinstitucional.
personal and institutional level.
La mesa de trabajo entre el
And this
sector público,
particular
las organizaciones sociales,
organization, this
colegios de profesionales
particular
pertinentes
association of professionals, so that we can review the different regulations and to update the different regulations on discrimination. All of this allows us to have and to create technical guidance in every single treating affair. So, as I said before, the work that we want to develop today as a government, along with the Minister Antonia Orellana, along with the different state ministries and government ministries, we want to take care of this particular gap. We want to work on them. And that's why we've talked that now we need to be a little bit more cross-sectional on gender perspective in each of its ministers, in each of its areas. And I'd like to share with each of the state members how important it is to work with a gender perspective. You must do justice in each of these areas. Justice, for example, whenever we take a testimony. Justice, for example, whenever we need to typify some particular crime. Justice, for example, when we need to safeguard those that the state hasn't been responsible for. We need to respect human rights. from the civil
sin duda
society.
que también
And of
existe
course,
la
there's no
responsabilidad
doubt that the
de
civil
tener
society is
también
also
esa mirada
responsible
de
of
perspectiva
having
de
this
género de no
particular
cerrar los ojos,
gender perspective. We should not
de no
look the
hacer
other
vista
way.
gorda, de no mirar para el
We should
lado
not look
cuando estamos
the other
siendo
way
testigos
whenever we are
de
witnessing, for
violaciones
example, uh,
o abusos que
we're
pudiesen
seeing
estarse
abuses
cometiendo
that
en
may
nuestro
be
sector,
occurring
en
in
nuestro
our
entorno, y que
environment,
muchas
in our
veces
communities.
decimos,
And
¿para
sometimes we
qué
just say,
meterse?
I won't get involved in
¿Para qué
this.
buscarse un problema?
Why would I be involved in this?
Pero cuando ocurren
But
hechos
actually,
mayores, después
whenever
decimos que qué terrible.
bigger things happen, we
¿Qué
say,
pudo
how
haberse
terrible is
hecho?
this?
¿Por qué
What could
Carabineros no
have been
funcionó?
done? How come the police didn't
Pero
work?
nos cuesta
But actually,
hacernos cargo de la
it's very hard for
responsabilidad
us to be
propia que cada
accountable
ciudadano tiene
for our
de
own
que las
responsibility as
brechas a la
citizens.
justicia
And the gaps
puedan
in
irse
justice
acortando,
access should be
de que los
shortened,
procesos no lleguen a tal
and
instancia que
processes
son
should
las
not
instancias que más
be into
queremos
these
trabajar y
particular
prevenir,
instances. And these are the
que
things
son
that
los
we want to
hechos
prevent.
delictuales
For
donde las
example,
mujeres,
crimes in which
principalmente,
women, especially
porque no están
women,
solo las mujeres,
because we're
también
not
los
only
niños,
talking
las
about women, we're
niñas,
talking
los
about
niños,
children and
eh,
teenagers, for example,
terminan
and all
sufriendo
of them are
y
actually
marcándose para toda
suffering
la vida.
and they have a scar
Es
for
nuestro
life.
compromiso y es la
It is
invitación que
our
esperamos
commitment, and
puedan hoy
that's the
día dentro
invitation
de
we
este
want to
seminario
have.
ustedes
And within
también
this seminar,
revisar
actually, hopefully, you
cuál
can
es
all
su propio
review
compromiso
your own
para que
commitment to
estas brechas
this
se vayan
so that these
acortando
gaps can be shortened,
y poder mirar
and hopefully we can take a
cuál
look.
es su rol
We can take a look
y cuál
on
es
our
la
role, and
huella
as
que
well
nosotros queremos
as
dejar
what do we want to leave
marcado
behind
en nuestra sociedad, en
on our
nuestro entorno
society,
laboral,
on our working
familiar,
environment, or family
cuál
environment
es
as well,
el aporte que
and what
queremos
are the
entregar.
contributions that we
Nosotros
want to
como
give.
Estado
We,
buscamos
as a state,
todas las instancias de
are looking
colaboración
for
que sean
each
necesarias y
collaboration
valoramos
possible, and we really
esas manos
appreciate
que nos
those
ayudan
helping hands,
a que nuestro
those
país,
hands that
la
help us
justicia pueda ser
so
un
that
derecho
the
para
justice in
todas,
our system
para
could
todos
be a
y
right
para
for
todas.
all of us.
Sartumé.
Muchas gracias por,
Thank you so
por estas
much
palabras
for
iniciales.
these
Les pido de
opening
nuevo un
remarks.
aplauso
Once again,
para
I'd like to
el
give
embajador, la señora
Mr.
subsecretaria,
Ambassador and
que
Subsecretary a
nos
round
van
of
a dejar
applause.
ahora.
They have to leave right now.
Y también a Jenny Murphy a la
And also thank you
distancia.
so much,
Y
Jenny
bueno,
Murphy.
vamos a dar inicio
And okay, so we will start
a nuestro primer panel.
with the first panel of experts.
Entonces invito por favor
So now
para
I
que nos
will
acompañen en
invite
este primer
on
panel
this
a la señora
panel of
Caroline
experts, we have
Bettinger López
Mrs. Caroline Bettinger
y a la
Lopez
señora
and
Roxana
Mrs.
Arroyo
Roxana
Vargas,
Arroyo
por favor.
Vargas, please.
Nos va a estar acompañando
We
también a la
will
distancia
also
la
have
señora
with
Gina
us
Henry.
Mrs. Gina Hennebrey.
Este primer
And
panel
this first panel of experts
abordará la
will address
interseccionalidad
intersectionality as a conceptual category and legal category on equality and non-discrimination that will allow us to understand the way in which different identities have an influence on the access on rights and opportunities.
¿Cómo vamos a funcionar?
So,
Después de la exposición
after
de cada una de las,
each of
dos
these
expertas,
presentations,
se ofrecerá la palabra
we
al
will
público para
pass the floor
consultas
to the
y comentarios
audience for questions
dirigidos a
and
las
comments.
panelistas. Para lo cual
And in
podrán
order to
hacer
do
uso del
that, you can
micrófono
use the microphone, of
inalámbrico
course,
que vamos a
that will
tener por
be
ahí y que,
moving around.
por favor, levanta la
And
mano
please
y
just
vamos
raise
a
your
tener
hands,
personas que
and
lo
we will
van a
have
estar
some staff
administrando. Bien.
helping you with that.
Bueno, este panel
Okay,
lo
so
modera
this panel
doña
of
Caroline
experts is
Bettinger
moderated
López.
by Mrs. Caroline
Ella
Bettinger Lopez.
es
She
asesora principal en
is the
materia de
main
género e
advisor
igualdad
on gender and
del
equality
Departamento
from
de
the Department
Justicia de
of
los Estados
Justice
Unidos.
of the United States.
Caroline es
Caroline
profesora de Derecho,
is
presidenta del
a
Programa
law
de Derechos
professor,
Humanos y
and she's
directora de
part
la
of the
Clínica de
Human
Derechos
Rights
Humanos de la
Agency,
Facultad de Derecho
especially on
de la
the law
Universidad de
school from
Miami, en
Miami
excedencia en estos momentos.
University.
Es asesora
And she's
principal
also the main
en el
advisor
Departamento de Justicia,
on
como
the
les había
Justice
mencionado,
Department, as I
donde está
mentioned
ayudando
before,
a
and she's
dirigir el
helping
desarrollo del primer Plan de Acción Nacional
promoting the
de los
first
Estados Unidos
a
para
national
poner fin a la
plan to put
violencia
an
de
end
género.
on gender violence.
En el otoño del
And
2021
in the
fue
fall of
asesora especial
2021, she was
del
an
Consejo
special
de Política de
advisor
Género de la
on
Casa
gender
Blanca.
policies in the White
En la
House.
actualidad se
And
encuentra en
nowadays,
excedencia en su función como
she is
profesora de Derecho.
working, well, she's actually working as
De 2017 a
law school
2021, la profesora
professor,
Bettinger López
and
se
since
desempeñó como miembro
2017
senior
to
adjunto en el
2021,
Consejo de
she
Relaciones
worked
Exteriores,
on the Foreign
además de sus
Affairs Council, as well as she had
docentes. Del
her
2015 al 17
professor
trabajó en la
responsibilities, and she also
administración
worked on the
Obama-Biden
Obama
como
Biden
asesora de la Casa
administration
Blanca
advisor in
sobre
the
la
White
violencia
House,
contra las
especially
mujeres.
regarding on matters
asesorando
related
principalmente al
to violence
vicepresidente
against
Joe Biden
women,
en
and
ese
she is
momento, el actual
currently
presidente y miembro del
advising
Consejo de la Casa Blanca
the
sobre las
White House
mujeres y las
on
niñas.
gender and
Ella se
children
dedica a la
rights.
defensa ante
She's
foros jurídicos y
allocated,
políticos nacionales e
she's working
internacionales
on different
para
legal
abordar la
affairs,
violencia
national,
de género, la
international, to
justicia
address
racial y
gender
los derechos de
violence
los
and
inmigrantes.
migrants'
Ha
rights as
impartido
well.
clases en la Facultad
She's
de Derecho de la
taught at the
Universidad de
Law
Chicago y
School
en la
of
Facultad de
Chicago
Derecho Columbia
University and also at
y ha sido
Columbia,
becaria
and
estable en el
she's
proyecto de Derechos de la
been
Mujer de la
she's also been an
ACDU y
advisor
funcionaria de
on
Derecho
women's
Federal.
rights and also federal law.
Es miembro de la
She's
Comisión
also a
Lancet
member
sobre
of the
violencia de
Lancet
género y
Commission on
maltrato a
Gender
los jóvenes.
Violence
Ha recibido una beca
and
del
young
Roddenberry
people maltreatment.
proyecto
She's been a
Homeland
scholar
Policing y
of
una subvención del
different
Fondo de
areas, and
Defensa
also she's
Legal
been granted
Times Up.
some scholars on Time's Up
Tiene
organization, for
bastantes
example.
antecedentes
She
para
has a
el
lot
tema
of
que le
background
tengo que
information.
entregar.
She's quite the
Entonces, por
expert, as
favor,
we can see.
Caroline,
So, Caroline,
acá.
please, the floor is yours.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much.
¿Me pueden escuchar?
Can you hear me?
Sí. Okay. Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Me alegro estar
I'm very
aquí
happy to
con
be here
ustedes.
with all of you.
Estoy
I'm
escuchando
listening
la
the
traducción
translation
a la misma
at the
vez.
same time.
Voy a hablar en
I will speak
inglés,
English, by the way,
pero yo quería
but I wanted
comenzar
to
en
start
español para
in Spanish so that I
saludarles
can
y
greet you all,
para
and at the
decir
same time
gracias
to
por
say
esta
thank you for
invitación muy
this very
generosa.
generous
Para mí es
invitation to
un
me.
gran
It's
placer
actually
estar
a great
aquí
pleasure
y
being here,
felicitaciones a
and
Ceja
congratulations,
para
Ceja,
este
for this
seminario muy
seminar. It's a
importante.
very important seminar.
Yo puedo decir
And let
que
me
en
tell
los
you that
Estados
in the
Unidos
US,
estamos
we are
hablando
actually
sobre
talking
este tema
about these
en
topics,
cada nivel
and we
del
are talking about it
gobierno,
at
de
each
sociedad,
government level,
en
at
la
a society
academia,
level,
en
at the
las
academy,
ONGs,
NGOs,
con la
with the
policía, con los
police as well,
jueces,
with
en cada
judges.
nivel de
So every single
sociedad.
level of our
Y
society is
bueno,
addressing this
esta es
particular
muy
topic.
importante
So this
que
is very, very important, and it is
estamos
very
aquí
important to be
juntos
here to
para esta
discuss on
conversación.
this and have this
Bueno,
conversation.
voy a cambiar
Muy bien.
a
I
inglés
will
ahora.
start with English.
Oh, entonces no necesito. Okay. Um, uh, so this panel that I am moderating is kind of the first of our panels. We're going to go in a little bit of a funnel with this conversation today. We're starting big. We're starting with conceptual questions about what is intersectionality. And our speakers on this first panel will help us set the table to understand what we're talking about. Because the word intersectionality can mean many different things to different people. And so we want to make sure we're having a common conversation, and we want you to be included in this conversation. So please be thinking about the questions you have from your perspectives. We have people from so many different parts of society here, both Chilean and global. And we really want to understand how you understand intersectionality and what it means to you. So please, be thinking, especially as our previous speakers said, to the young people in the room, you are our future, and we want to understand what these concepts mean to you. So we're going to be speaking in this panel conceptually, intersectionality as a tool of analysis, a conceptual and legal category for equality and non-discrimination that allows us to understand the ways in which different identities can influence access to rights and opportunities. And in 1 minute, I will introduce our first speaker, Jenna Hennebree. Before I do so, I just want to take a moment to make sure we are grounding this in the real lived experiences of people, right? Because sometimes we can talk about policies, we can talk about laws, we can talk about programs, we can think at a high level, but we always need to think about kind of how that filters down into real people's lives. And I will just tell you, on a personal level, I was inspired by the minister's comments because I first was really exposed to this issue as a young lawyer when I was asked to work on a case that actually went up to the US Supreme Court. So I'm speaking now in my personal capacity, not in my capacity as a government official. But this case was on behalf of a poor woman, a working class woman in the state of Colorado in the United States, who was a domestic violence survivor. And she had called the police repeatedly to report her husband's abuse and threats against her and her children. and she had an order of protection. So a judge had told her and told her estranged husband that he could not have contact with her and the children. But he kidnapped the children in violation of the order. He drove around with them for 10 hours while she contacted the police 9 times. And repeatedly, the police told her, call back, he's their father, they must be safe. And they dismissed her as being a hysterical woman or being overcautious, too concerned. Jessica was a working class woman of indigenous descent with a Latina last name in a town that was majority white and middle or upper class in the United States, in the state of Colorado, in a town called Castle Rock. And tragically, her 3 children were killed that night. And the police, the husband actually showed up at 3 o'clock in the morning at the police station, opened fire with a gun that he had purchased, falling through all of the background checks that should have prevented him from purchasing a gun. And eventually, he was killed by the police. And I say this because she took her case up to the courts, and actually her case went to the Supreme Court, the highest court in the land. It was dismissed on a procedural procedural grounds, that she had no legal grounds to ultimately hold the police department accountable for failing to protect her and her children or failing to respond meaningfully. But to this day, Jessica always says that the thing that hurts her the most was that she felt that her claims, that her calls for help were disregarded. And so she kind of embodies this concept of intersectionality and the question about what intersectionality means in the law and in practice and in our interactions with government authorities. So I say that just, again, from my personal background, not on behalf of the government, because that was my first exposure to really the concept of intersectionality and law and practice and policy. And from then on, I've committed myself to thinking about how we can improve our systems in the United States and globally to better account for these concepts of intersectionality. And so I'm so excited to introduce our speakers who will help us to understand what these concepts are and what it means in the case of Jessica Gonzalez, my client, my former client, to be, a working class Latina woman of indigenous descent, right? What does that mean for her to interact with the state? So we will start, and I will introduce our speakers before they speak. And so first I will introduce Jenna Henebry, and after her intervention, then I will introduce our next speaker, next to on my left, Roxana Arroyo Vargas. We're so happy to have the two of them to speak. And Jenna will be speaking about intersectionality as a tool of analysis. She's a full professor at the Basili School of International Affairs and Wilfrid Laurier University, where she is co-founder of the International Migration Research Center. She's a founder of the Gender and Migration Hub, a knowledge hub funded by Immigration, Refugees, and Citizenship Canada, focused on supporting stakeholders in the development and monitoring of gender-responsive migration governance in the context of GCM, which was just launched at the International Migration Review Forum in New York, where she was a member of Canada's delegation to the United Nations. Dr. Henebry has been actively engaged in the development of the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration, the GCM that I mentioned, beginning with her work with the UN Expert Working Group on Women's Human Rights in the Global Compact for Migration, and later its implementation. She sits on the advisory board of the Global Migration Data Center and Migration Research and Publishing High-Level Advisors, both at the International Organization of Migration. So Jenna, over to you virtually. Thank you so much for being with us.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so
I hope
much.
everyone can hear me
Espero
and
que
see.
todos me puedan escuchar y que me puedan ver también.
It's hard to hear, so I'll proceed and say
Continue,
thank
Jenna.
you. Wonderful, thank you. So I'll proceed. You know,
1 minute. I'm so sorry, Jenna. We're not hearing you.
is this better yet?
Can you try again, Jenna?
Sure. How about now?
No, unfortunately, no. I'm so sorry. The joys of Zoom.
Yeah. Do you want me to try with headphones? With headphones in case?
No, still no, Jenna. I'm sorry.
No?
And before it was the other way around. We could hear you all, but you couldn't hear us.
Yeah. We could hear each other. There's two of me on the screen for no good reason. That's too bad. Now I can't hear anything either. Still nothing?
Violencia. Tiene experiencia como consultora internacional para el programa Mujer, Justicia de Género del Instituto Latinoamericano de Naciones Unidas para la prevención del delito y tratamiento del delincuente y otros organismos internacionales. Activista y
She's
miembro
also an
activa del
and
movimiento
she's also an
feminista
active
en
member of
América
the feminist
Latina,
movement in the
presente en
Americas,
luchas a
and
nivel
she is being
internacional,
part
regional
of
y
different
nacional.
international struggles,
Es
regional struggles, and
perita
national struggle.
de
She's also
internacional
an
para el
expert,
sistema
an international
interamericano,
expert for the
en el caso
Inter-American system,
Rosendo
specifically
Cantú,
on the
México,
Rosendo
un
Cantú
caso muy
Mexico case,
importante.
which was a huge case.
Reconocimiento del
And we
cum
can
laude
also
por
acknowledge
unanimidad
she
de
was acknowledged by
aprobación
cum
en
laude
la tesis doctoral.
in her
Bueno, Roxana,
PhD
muchas
dissertation.
gracias
So
por estar
Roxana,
aquí.
thank you so much for being
Muchas
with us.
gracias por la
Thank you so
invitación.
much for the invitation as
Muchas
well.
gracias a CEJA
Thank you
y a
so
las
much, Ceja,
instituciones que
and the
permiten
different
que
institutions who
y
are
hacen sinergia
actually
para que
working so
podamos
that this can
tocar y profundizar un
be,
tema tan
and that we
importante.
can talk about this important topic.
Especialmente a todas las
Especially,
personas
thank
que
you
se
so much to
encuentran
all of
en
you
esta sala.
who are within
Voy
these
a
four walls. So
intentar
I
colocar
will try
algunos aspectos
to mention some
sobre
key
el tema
aspects
de acceso a la
on
justicia.
access to justice.
Me llevas el tiempo, ¿no? Son 15
You're
minutos.
counting
Sí,
the
sí,
minutes,
No
right?
quiero abusar
Okay.
So
de,
I don't want
del
to
tiempo.
go beyond
Eh,
my time.
Muy bien.
Okay.
Y me solicitaban
So
conceptualizar
I was asked
y también
to conceptualize
explicitar
and at the same time to
posibles
make explicit
problemas
some
que se encuentran
possible
en el tema
problems
del
that we
acceso a la
can
justicia.
find on access to justice.
Así que voy a hacer un
And
punteo
I will
conceptual y
give you
además
some
de elementos
conceptual
que me
points,
parece
and I
que
will also
empiezan
share
a
with you some points
constituirse
that I
como
believe
nudos
that
críticos.
can be some critical points in all of
Como
this matter. And as I always start with the following, and some of you, for example, have heard me several times, and you've heard about this, especially in Santiago de Chile. And now we are in the middle of two legal cultures. Okay. One legal culture is actually totally away from gender perspective and human rights. That's the first one. And the other one is an emerging culture. And in the particular case of discrimination and violence against children and adolescents and feminized bodies, this is really, really a recent affair. And the huge problem of all of this is that this particular data, for example, that violence against women is constituted as a violation of rights, this just started in 1993, and that our rights as women are considered as universal corpus juris of the human rights started in 1993. So we are saying that this is just a blink of an eye in our history. And this actually is a proven data. So what are the consequences of this regarding justice access? Well, first of all, let me tell you that if I need to give you an example of this, the victims of violence and discrimination can be found in the middle of a dispute, okay? A huge struggle when it comes to accessing justice. Why? Because depending on the interpretation framework in which you intervene in some specific sexual violence affair, for example, or if we are trying to establish some sort of analysis, especially regarding this, on the reivindication on the International Day Against Rights on Zoom, we need to say that women's bodies are disputed constantly. And the most important people that suffer here are the victims, because we may have a case, for example, that is prosecuted, especially regarding justice access, but if we found with a lot of protocols that position over a legal culture that do not understand power relationship, that do not understand intersectionality, and that is established in an equality concept that is focused on men, for example, probably, and actually for sure, this will result on bad results. Why? Because there's no understanding of the phenomena. And here we have, for example, the Atala versus Chile case. We also have the Rosenda Cantú case versus Mexico, and we also have the case of the cotton fields versus Mexico, and we also have the Paola Guzman case versus Ecuador, and I can mention many other cases that one way or another are an evidence of this struggle between these two legal cultures. So when the minister was saying that discrimination is also an individual problem, well, from the legal point of view, we're talking about a state responsibility issue in which the different institutions from the state are part of it. And at this particular point, we're talking about the police, for example, we're talking about the prosecutor office, we're talking about courthouses, we're talking about all of these entities that play an important role. So, the first point I'd like to share with you is that we have this struggle between these two legal cultures, okay? On the other hand, we have a lack of awareness of this legal culture that is related to the development of human rights. And at this point, it's very important to acknowledge the relationship we have. And also, I paid attention when the ambassador was talking about a justice founded on the feminist epistemology. And we should not understand human rights of women without a fully understanding of the relationship there is between this and the feminist epistemology. Why? Because feminism as a critical theory allows to understand how all of this becomes natural in our societies, especially regarding violence, and how law is affected by a man-centered bias. And at the same time, it helps us to notice the different understanding areas, especially regarding the causes of discrimination and violence. If we do not understand this, and if this is not part of the legal training of judges, prosecutors, and of course, police, it will be impossible to move forward regarding justice access. So, once again, we have a huge problem, a second huge problem. Not only that we have two different legal cultures, but also that we do not fully understand these cultures. And at the same time, there is a series of myths regarding this relationship between the feminist epistemology and law. And people say that it has nothing to do, despite the fact that the jurisprudence of the Inter-American Court establishes this very clearly. In order to understand the causes of sexual violence, or, for example, femicides, such as the case of the cotton fields, justice management must fully understand, study, and apply gender perspective theory. So this is not something that should be discrete. It's not discrete at all on each state. This should be mandatory. And because of this, we have a second huge problem. And it's the duty of the state, actually, to make this transparent and clear, especially when it comes to the different selection processes, especially when it comes to selecting the different staff members who are part of the justice management system. And the other huge problem that we can see in all of this is that there is actually no fully understanding on the access to justice. On three of its most important elements, justice access cannot be understood in this new legal culture if we do not understand the three parties of it. What are the most important parties of justice access? Justice access, first of all, equality and non-discrimination. So if we do not understand these three elements, we won't be able to guarantee justice access. And this is even more complex than that, because in the middle of this struggle between these two concepts, we need to understand equality as substantive equality, which is not any other kind of equality. This kind of equality is the one that is grounded on the Convention of CEDAW. So, this substantive equality is related with intersectionality, especially regarding discrimination. So, when we talk about this, we should not separate intersectionality. It is impossible to separate intersectionality. And this is very, very interesting, because intersectionality is not only a methodology of application, it's also a substantive part to understand all of this, an important part to understand this. So that's why when I mention this, we are talking about also discrimination. So how come it is important to understand this? How come it is important to understand this perspective, both as an instrumental category to address the victims, and also to understand this as an important category of justice access? It is important because this allows us to address and to guarantee our victims, to safeguard our victims. And if we have an analysis, especially on the case of the Cotton Fields, Rosetta Cantu, or Paula Guzman, we will see how, for example, the different police forces, which is the first line, for example, because they're always in touch with the victims, for example, they're always working with them. They are the first one. You are the first one that will have contact with the victims. And we're not talking of just one victim. We have a diversity of victims with different conditions. So the non-discrimination and intersectionality will take us to different important elements in this three-party issue, which is the analysis of contexts. The analysis of context, where things happen. It's not the same, for example, migration flows or crossing a border between Mexico and the US, for example. It's not the same. It's not the same if you are, for example, an indigenous woman with a situation of disability. It's not the same at all. So when we analyze and we understand the condition of these women who are crossing the border and who are crossing a policy that does not guarantee their human rights, we will end up actually with the whole justice system that it should be supporting that victim, but it's actually not. And this is very interesting. For example, the analysis of context and intersectionality. We shouldn't confuse the different operators of justice on what do I apply, whether I apply the OIT, for example, or the CEDAW. No, I apply everything. I apply each of the conventions because we need to generate a huge protection force for the victims. And of course, this is not possible. And once again, we go back to this sort of paradox between these two legal cultures. If we do not fully understand the important equality that necessarily implies to eradicate the conditions of this discrimination, because important discrimination, that's too abstract. That is a very abstract concept. No, it's not. It's very clear. Equality means discrimination, right? That's what it means. Okay, there's no middle ground here. The lack of discrimination. Equality means the lack of discrimination. And discrimination can be measured, and statistics talk about this. Statistics talk about poverty, for example, talk about discrimination because of race. So, if equality implies the absence of discrimination, well, therefore, the state should be procuring that particular area, especially regarding justice management. If we do not fully understand all of this, what happens? And let me share with you the other element. What are the bases of discrimination? Prejudices. Something as simple as that. Prejudice. And prejudice are expressed on stereotypes. Gender stereotypes, race stereotypes, class stereotypes. And this is affecting everything. It affects the way the justice management addresses different cases. It's also part of the institution. For example, the provoking victim, which comes from criminology studies, right? And if we see this provoking victim is established. And we can see this on the case of the cotton fields. Justice management does not investigate because there were women that just went missing and probably they just crossed the border. In the case of Paola Guzman, for example, she was the one that provoked the sexual harassment by the director, for example, even though she was a teenager. So this legal culture is affected by these stereotypes. So I believe that one of the most important obstacles that are still there and that still affect justice management is this lack of understanding on this particular three-party entity that generates this new constructed paradigm on justice access, on non-discrimination, equality, intersectionality as well, intersectionality that allows to have a fully understanding of all of these matters. And related to this, and this particular important equality that acknowledges differences, but at the same time it reaffirms equality, which is very interesting. This particular equality is the jure and de facto equality, and it promotes the state to correct those conditions that generate a disadvantage for women. That's why we call it corrective equality or result-oriented equality. And I'm wrapping up with this because this is just very fast pointing on each of these points, is that as Bobbio would say, the time of rights is now. We have a lot of rights, right? And actually the production on what the feminist movement have done and the women's movement have done, the transformation on this full conceptualization of rights, equality, the right of having a life without violence, the fact of deciding on our own bodies, for example, all of these things have generated a huge ethical, political, and legal transformation in our societies. Ethical? Well, because it contributes to these morals or these intersubjective points of view so that we can position within our society an understanding that, for example, genocides should not be allowed, and ethics, for example, that provide this particular convention haven't been able to convince the whole society, specifically with the fact that violence should not be allowed. Legally, this has been done because there are some mandatory regulation for the states, and is political because considering this huge paradigm that has been built, this paradigm called gender perspective justice access has been conceptualized and has become political. These important aspects, such as violence against women, has been addressed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Roxana. That was a wonderful way to kick us off. Wow. Okay, the table is getting set. Okay, I think we now have Jenna back. Jenna Hennebree, are you with us?
Let's give it a shot. Am I here? Yay, wonderful. Excellent. Am I still here?
Yes. Yes.
Good.
Yes.
Just checking.
You.
Okay, good. Well, thank you. Muchísimas gracias. I'm also going to speak in English, pero también podemos hablar en español después con preguntas,
We can
etc.
also speak in Spanish with questions and so forth.
Okay. Sorry, let me just get settled here. So what I'm going to say now comes from my vantage point as a professor and a governance scholar focused on migration and gender. And from my work that I've done on international migration and legal and policy analysis, empirical study with women and LGBTIQ plus migrants. Is there an echo on your end? I think for some reason it's me on two different screens, and it's better now. I think. Like that. Can you hear me? No. Every time you switch to me, it does this echo. It's weird.
Now we can listen to you.
Maybe leave it just like that. Does that work?
She probably can't hear me, but go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
There's
Okay.
okay.
I think we need to not. It's better when I can see your table. I can mute myself. But the echo is pretty bad. Hello?
You can speak now, please. Can you hear me?
It seems to work when
now it's working.
I can hear myself now, but I can't hear anybody else. I hope I'm okay to proceed. Maybe in the chat, someone can let me know if I'm supposed to proceed or. Okay, I'm going to speak. You can let me know or cut me off if you need to cut me off. Okay. So I was just saying sort of where I'm coming from with my work. Some of it has been legal policy analysis. Some of it has been an empirical study with women and LGBTIQ plus migrants in numerous countries across North America, South America, Africa, and Europe. But also from my sociological background, I have a degree in sociology, a doctorate in sociology. I've worked also with civil society organizations and with UN systems, including treaty bodies, UN agencies, and the United Nations Network on Migration. So that's where I'm coming from when I think about this issue. And I want to start with three main takeaways, because sometimes we forget to sort of punch out the key messages. So I'm going to do that first, and then I'll backtrack a little bit to broader conceptualities. So first, I wanted to posit that intersectionality is not a noun. a person, place, or thing. It's not a set of different nouns, women, migrant, indigenous. It's about much more than identity. It's about even more than intersecting sets of identity factors that belong to individuals, which discrimination and inequality are borne out. It's even more than intersecting systems of oppression that have consequences for marginalized people. I would like to posit that intersectionality is a verb. It is an action. It happens through processes and practices that inscribe multiple forms of oppression onto individuals. And intersectionality is also, on the other side of it, a methodology, an approach, one you can actually do intersectionality in governance practice and policy, in service provision and protection. So in that way, it's also a methodology, a set of tools. Second, I'd like to argue that to ensure access to justice for all in particular, and for migrants especially, intersectionality must be recognized, and an intersectional perspective must be implemented vertically and horizontally across levels of government and across borders, bilaterally, regionally, globally. Finally, I'd just like to posit that failing to adopt an intersectional perspective will leave people behind, and it will re-entrench new and existing inequalities. It'll mean that our knowledge and evidence is incomplete and inaccurate, and that policies and practices and services or systems will only respond to the needs or realities of a subset of the population, typically the dominant one. And so it'll also be less efficient, less complete, and less accurate. So let's take a step back to the roots of concept for a second. It was introduced in scholarly literature in the 1980s, and it's been strongly linked to issues of social justice and has occupied a central position in the analysis of global, national, and localized inequalities, as well as in feminist legal, political, and policy discourses of international human rights. In her 1989 article, Demarginalizing the Intersection of Race and Sex, Kimberly Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality and laid the groundwork for the concept. She focused her work on the primary intersections between race and gender, and she argued, to quote, "The concept should be expanded by factoring issues such as class, sexual orientation, age, and color." Intersectionality considers the connectedness of different components of identity that are often viewed separately. In theory, it challenges typical analytical frameworks and highlights the inseparability of identities. It emphasizes there's no single kind of marginalized or marginalization experienced by individuals and groups who share an intersectional identity, though there may be patterns or similarities between experiences of individuals located at a particular intersection in a given context. So broadly speaking, there's two main ideas. In the first place, it lets us view a problem through an intersectional lens. Doing this reveals the nature of discrimination. And when oppression based on two or more identity categories intersect, I will slow down a little bit, a new form of oppression is created. But this is different from the sum of what constituted it. So it's not just that you add together different forms of oppression or marginalization. It happens through action and as process. The second idea connects individuals and group experiences. And in doing so, intersectionality recasts identity not as objective descriptors of an individual's innate characteristics, like woman, but as socially constructed categories that operate as vectors for privilege and vulnerability within our social, cultural, political, and legal power structures. As Catherine McKinnon explains, the ossified outcomes of the dynamic intersection of multiple hierarchies, not the dynamic that creates them. As such, intersectionality is there, but it's not the reason they're there. And this is, I think, important to get thinking about it. It's not that these categories are fixed. They're not static. They're not one-dimensional. They change over time. They're negotiated. They're defined. It's a process. So intersectionality is really less of a theory and more of an analytic. And it assists us in making sense of the complexity and diversity, particularly around things like migration, which is my main area. Looking at For example, studies of migrant women in the US have documented the institutional, legal, and social cultural barriers that limit women's access to resources, benefits, and social networks, immigrant women's perceptions of options and ability to seek help and legal recourse. For migrants, intersectionality is often the material basis of injustice, violence, and oppression. And using intersectionality as an analytic tool, one can see the complexity of the power relations, inequities, and forms of oppression among migrants, and including those that come from border and migration policies themselves. Migration is one of these policy domains that inherently involves processes of categorization that are deeply embedded in sociocultural norms and political economic systems. And it's often associated with hierarchical systems of worthiness and access to bounded systems of rights, thus making employment or deployment rather of an intersectional perspective particularly important when talking about migrants. When we look at migrant workers, for example, neither women nor migrant women are unitary groups with common experiences. The latter highly differentiated through their lived circumstances in their home, transit, and destination countries, mode of entry and status of entry, as well as ethno-cultural and religious and racial differences, skill level, age, etc. Women migrant workers, for example, from rural areas or those in poverty are more likely. Indigenous groups face poor access to education, transportation, financial inclusion, property ownership, alongside experiencing greater gender discrimination, all posing barriers to accessing labor migration pathways, for example, regular ones that, and therefore it creates a demand for smuggling and heightened risks of trafficking for those women. Migration pathways are likely to be gendered, with women concentrated in domestic work, service sector, entertainment, sex industries, sectors with low levels of protection and high likelihood of precarity. Coupled with tenuous immigration status, either tied to employers or work permits or without documentation, creates particular conditions that are ripe for exploitation and abuse and violence, and where legal recourse and access to justice are compromised by fear, precarity, and lack of information, alongside a host of other barriers, linguistic, financial. One case, a couple cases I wanted to quickly point out as examples. And I can provide further information for people on these if they're interested in them. One study done by CARIF in 2018 in Argentina pointed to access to justice for women migrants in situations of domestic violence. And the study used an intersectional analysis and noted a large number of obstacles in accessing justice for migrant women, particularly throughout the complaint process and in police stations and in the implementation of protection measures because of not having appropriate documentation through the law. And this was one of the ways that they could see that the types of discrimination suffered by migrants at the institutional level was anchored in national and ethnic belonging, and the fact of them being foreigners. And so cultural prejudices and gender discrimination work together in those contexts to exclude migrant women victims of violence. And by recognizing this and adopting that approach, they were able to make changes to the system. Similarly, in the Dominican Republic, we saw working with a group called Umbica there. They did some research to document where Haitian women who were working in the Dominican Republic experienced high rates of violence, particularly following the earthquake in Haiti. But the sort of legal parameters that existed were only around domestic violence, and their experiences went way beyond that. And they were also experiencing violence at the borders, violence during repatriation, and there was no real sort of context for dealing with that. And Haitian women's reasons for not approaching authorities ranged from religious belief, not trusting authorities, not knowing the language, not knowing where to turn or how the system works, fear of being repatriated, etc. We also know a case of LGBTIQ migrants in Ecuador from Venezuela faced higher unemployment during COVID and many don't have Social Security or work contracts. And many ended up in very precarious work, delivery work, sex work for survival, and exposed them to much more sexual and physical violence. And a lot of nonprofits that were trying to reach out to these groups found that they were really hard to reach during the pandemic. And because of lockdowns, fear of contracting virus and being the object of violence, because of gender identity, most of them stopped accessing services. And so for these migrants, access to justice all but ceased during the pandemic. These are just examples, or a handful of examples, I think, that are important to sort of spell out and suss out really how intersectionality matters in the everyday lives of migrants. Ironically, Crenshaw coined the term through a legal analysis of court cases pertaining to Black women predominantly. But really, the implementation of intersectionality in policy domains and legal domains in governance is still pretty weak across the board. And still, we have anti-discrimination law that looks at race and gender as sort of two separate, distinct issues, and trying to force cases to belong into one or the other quite often. And this echoes in international law as well. We've seen the case of numerous human rights mechanisms, treaty bodies, periodic review processes are still very siloed in their approach to thinking about this issue, despite the fact there's been some recognition about intersectionality in international law. We've seen there be statements and by special rapporteurs, and there's also been the Commission on Status of Women and others that have developed through, for example, the committees, the treaty bodies, such as SEDA, the Committee on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, developed General Recommendation number 25. Similarly, CERD, the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination, also developed General Recommendation 25 to speak to the issues of overlapping kinds of discrimination. But still, in the approach to United Nations, within the United Nations approach to intersectionality, there's a lot of challenges and deficiencies. And I've even seen this recently in the UN Network on Migration, where we're grappling with how to bring governments together in the implementation of the Global Compact in a way that is going to address the challenges of intersectionality, despite recognizing it in Objective 17. So to do intersectionality in action as a methodology means these, and I'm going to end on this, really kind of doing what I would contend are 5 R's, thinking about 5 R's. I tend to organize my thoughts in those ways. We need to recognize socially constructed categories that intersect and have real world impacts. We need to render visible through research and experiences and processes of intersectional discrimination. So gathering gender, sex disaggregated data and qualitative data that is actually going to help us understand the lived realities of intersectional categories as they're being constructed and applied. The third is representation. So we need to ensure voices of gender diverse and racially diverse populations incorporated into policy planning, monitoring, and evaluation throughout the policy cycle. We need fourth to respond or remedy what is learned with policies and practice designed to remedy injustice and inequality for these groups. And fifth, resources. We have to commit financial and human resources, including capacity building towards this work. Gender-based budgeting, gender-based analysis is key. So overall, without an approach that would integrate and think about intersectionality as a method, these kinds of realities will be overlooked, and the theoretical promise of intersectionality will not be meaningfully realized in practice. I'll end my comments there and welcome your questions.
Thank you so much, Jenna. Can you hear me?
Muchas gracias, Jenna.
Okay, now we have an echo. But Thank you. That was wonderful. Very instructive and complimented Roxana's presentation so nicely. We're going to open it up for questions. I recognize that we are short on time. So I'd like to ask people to please keep your questions and comments short. And we'll try to make up some time right now.
A las personas que vayan a intervenir, por favor, si es que se
going
puede.
to intervene, please stand up and please keep your names for the recording to be proper.
Now, don't be too shy.
No sé, buenos días todavía. Roxana, yo quiero preguntarle a usted.
Roxana, I wanted to ask you.
Yo vengo a la escuela de gendarmería, soy la encargada de género de la
I
escuela.
am in
Estamos
the
implementando un protocolo para eliminar el
jail
acoso
guards
sexual y la
schools
violencia de
and
género.
we are implementing a
Y yo le
protocol
pregunto a usted, en base a
to
su posición,
eliminate sexual
¿cuáles serían los
harassments,
mecanismos para
sexual violence.
prevenir esos
And I'm
sesgos, ¿no
asking
es cierto?, en
which
la
are
denuncia?
the
Porque
mechanisms
hay
to avoid
diferencia de
biases
poder
in
entre un
claiming,
alumno,
because
un
there are
aspirante
differences of
oficial
power between
y
a
el personal
student
que
and
está a
aspirant
cargo de su
officer and
formación
personnel
o
in
los
charge of the
directivos. Entonces le
training
pregunto,
or
¿cuáles
directors.
podrían
I'm
ser
asking
mecanismos
which
para
would
emparejar
be
la cancha para que
mechanisms
la
to
víctima
level the field
finalmente
for the
denuncie?
victims
Porque habitualmente están los documentos, están los
report at the end of the
protocolos,
day,
no solo
because
en
we've
gendarmería,
got
en otras partes,
documents,
pero no hay
we've got
denuncia
protocols
porque hay
not
como una
only in
desesperanza
jail guards,
atendida en el
officers,
tratamiento a la
but
víctima.
in other places, because there's
En el
and
fondo, lo que
hope
yo le quiero
learned in
preguntar,
treating victims.
habitualmente las
At the
personas
end of the
dicen,
day,
no
when
me
I
van a
want to
creer
ask, usually
y
people
me van a
say,
sancionar.
I'm not going to be
Eso.
believed and I'm going to be punished. That's it.
Bueno, hay como muchas
Well,
dimensiones
there
a
are
lo que
lots
usted
of
está planteando.
dimensions to what you say.
Creo que
I think
no es suficiente solo como
it
un
is not
protocolo
enough only as a protocol
que oriente
that
o de directrices,
orients
digamos,
and provides
a la institución
guidelines
policial
for the
para
police
el
institution
manejo de lo que es la
to handle
violencia basada en género contra las mujeres.
violence based
Es
on
importante.
gender against
Pero
women.
también
It is
es
important,
importante la
but it
formación o
is
los
also
pensum que se
important
tengan en
training or
relación a
thoughts
esto para que haya
related to
realmente
this
una
to really
comprensión
have an
en actuación
understanding
policial
in
con
police
respecto a la víctima.
action
Pero
in
el otro
regards
gran-
of
la otra gran
victims.
dimensión
The
es
other big
cómo
dimension
cambiar
is
la
how
cultura
to change
institucional
the
existente,
the existing
¿ya?
institutional culture,
¿ya?
right?
La cultura institucional
The
existente
existing
en la policía,
institutional
a
culture
pesar de que
in
se han
police
integrado
forces,
mujeres, es
despite
altamente
women have been
sexista. Y
introduced, is
disculpe que
highly
lo diga así
sexist. And
porque
sorry
así
to
es.
say this
Y
so because
hay
it
muchos
is that way,
códigos
and there are many
que yo llamo
codes I
códigos
call
culturales o
cultural
códigos
codes
rojos
or red
dentro de
codes
las prácticas
within
policiales.
police practices.
Si esos códigos
If
no
those
se
codes
desarticulan,
are not disarticulated,
la ciudadanía no va a tener, y
citizenship,
principalmente las mujeres no van a tener
mainly women,
confianza
particularly women,
en
won't
estos. Cuando
be
yo digo de
confident
códigos, te voy
on
a
them.
hacer breve en un
When I'm
caso que
talking
acaba
about
de
codes,
pasar
I'm just going
en
to tell a
Ecuador,
case
muy
that
grave.
just happened in Ecuador. Very
María
severe
Belén,
case.
esposa
Maria
de uno de
Belen,
los
wife of one of the
oficiales,
officers,
ingresa a la escuela
she
policial
joins the
porque
police
tenían un
school because
conflicto
they had
conyugal con
a
este
marital
señor.
conflict with this
Ingresa,
guy.
se le oye
She
pedir
joins,
auxilio,
she's heard to ask help. She
los
runs into the
subordinados
school.
dicen al oficial
Subordinate
mayor que
says the
hay
officer,
gritos,
there
el
are
oficial mayor
people
dice,
yelling. The officer
usted no se
says,
meta, esto es cosa
don't
de
get
pareja,
involved. This is a matter of a
no les canso
couple.
con el cuento,
Long story short,
desaparece María Belén,
Maria
y
Belen
luego
disappears
aparece
and then she
en una
appears
fosa.
in dead
El oficial escapa
in the ground. The officer runs away,
y hay todo un
and
diálogo, una trama
there's
alrededor,
some sort of dialogue
inicialmente, que es el movimiento de mujeres
around
feministas que está
initially,
desacreditando
which is the movement of
cuerpo
feminist
policial.
women, which is
La primera vez que yo
discrediting
escucho
the
eso es
police
como el
bodies.
cuerpo
The
del
first
Espíritu Santo,
time
algo así,
I
no sé,
listened that
cuerpo,
way
no
because
sé.
the body of
Bueno,
the
todo
Holy
eso.
Spirit, I don't know, because the
¿Y
body,
qué
I
es lo
don't
que
know,
pasa?
and all that
Vea
stuff.
usted que ahí se
What
conjuga todo.
happens?
Se conjuga que
Notice
la
that
policía
everything is together there. It's the police forces in Ecuador is first line, and they have to provide response to these kind of issues. But within the institution itself, the femicide is committed and it is hidden. And a series of practice or hidden codes that start arising that exist there regarding this. The warranty of no repetition implies disarticulation of practices that lead to barriers to access to justice. If the police institution, as the prosecutor office, no, if they don't disarticulate those practices, there is no protocol, no nor pencils possible. Those are the mechanisms to dampen and orient. And I'm not being pessimistic. The thing is, we have to have an integral approach. Otherwise, and in this case, as you mentioned, the police is very important. Why victims don't go to the police forces? Because they don't trust. Full stop. They don't trust. Then we cannot say this is a problem of citizenship because it is a problem of institutional legitimacy. I am not talking about the Chilean case. I am talking about a case that happened in my country, the country I live, that I consider my country, which is Ecuador, that has been very, very severe.
Thank you. Additional questions? Yes.
Hola, mi nombre es Javiera Cárcamo.
Hello, my name is Javiera Cárcamo. I work in the Unit of Studies of the Ministry of Justice and Human Rights. My questions could be for both of you. For any, because of time, we are doing an exploratory survey regarding a crime which is not regulated in Chile, which is the sextortion crime, which is related to what, at the end of the day, women are extorted not for money but for sexual services from an authority figure or by an authority figure. Asking you too, from your experience, could you be able to recognize these cases in international evidence and how the regulation is advanced? Because here in Chile it's not even typified this crime. Then women suffering this kind of phenomena, whether immigrants or Chileans, they don't have the possibility of reporting this, nor to be the aggressors to be punished for this. That's the question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Jenna, would you like to respond?
Sure, I can try. So first I would just say that there is guidance about this issue, certainly in the unpacking of the issues around trafficking, forced labor, and labor rights in also in the sex sector. So those sort of three categories are where we can look for guidance. Certainly the TIP, the Trafficking in Persons Protocol at the UN level, as well as special representative on women at the UN level, both have very particular guidance around dealing with issues around extortion, forced labor in a context of sex labor as well. And so look into those, I think, are a good place to start. I think maybe also identifying other best practices for handling this in other countries would be an option. Certainly looking to cases like in Tunisia, I have seen recent in a legal analysis I have done there with an implementation around sort of widening definitions of violence to include that kind of coercion that happens in that context. And there are some other countries that might be able to provide models as well. That's a starting point.
Quickly add that the issue of online abuse and harassment has not arisen yet in this conversation. I expect that it may throughout the day. But I know in the United States and globally, there's a lot of work being done to look at the issue of sextortion in the online space as well. And that's really an area that I would commend to everybody to be thinking about how any particular issue about intersectionality manifests in online spaces as well as in, more kind of physical or traditional spaces that we might be looking at in justice and legal sectors.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello, good morning. My name is Adriana Estrada.
Registro sistemas de información. Una consulta para Gina. ¿Cómo los que apoyamos en todo lo que es sistemas de información?
Support information systems, records, analytics, and identifying certain variables. Can we identify certain variables in this intersectionality world? Where can we have access to have these casuistics? And then we can support our institutions with proposals of information systems of empowering to access data to all professionals or workers of institutions, for each of us to be empowered as well and having access to information, promote decision making, whether operational tactics, strategic decisions, and to our higher staff to enrich them with this kind of decision making. The question is, what sources of data, what casuistics can we access to as consultants of information system for this kind of topics? Thank you very much.
Jenna,
please.
Sorry, there's a delay there. It's a little hard to hear questions, so I'm thinking I heard everything that you said, so forgive me if I don't fully address your question. Maybe my colleagues on stage can help as well, but I'll just say, in terms of access to data, there's lots of different sources of data. There's, of course, collecting data purposely, sort of through a survey, through a government survey, or through a survey through civil society. But those tens of instruments tend not to produce the kind of data that we need in order to be able to really uncover the different complexities of intersectionality. There's probably an echo. I'll keep going unless someone tells me not to. So working with civil society organizations to find ways to collect data that doesn't put individuals in harm or increase their vulnerabilities is, I think, a key thing to do to bring in civil society. I know that Women in Migration Network, for example, has worked with numerous civil society organizations across South America, in other countries as well, to identify different community-based organizations that work supporting women in migration, for example. And so starting with those groups to be able to really get good data, I think, is important. There are limits to government data. Certainly, some countries, for example, collect more nuanced data around gender variables. Canada, for example, has an indicator that allows individuals to not identify as women or men, but to identify as LGBTIQ+. And that gender diversity indicator is really important when thinking about government data, if possible, but has to be done in a way that also is protecting, has ideas about protecting rights and ensuring firewalls so that that we can gather data in a way that doesn't do harm. There's some guidance produced by the International Organization for Migration. There's a guidance note, actually, called a guidance note on gender responsive data for migration. It can be found easily online, and it provides some excellent guidance, I think, and cases and best practices from other countries to look at.
In the case of data collection, I think it has lots of dimension and they are very important. and it depends on the analysis of the phenomenon and the nature of the phenomenon. Since in the case of femicide, there is absence of lack of data because there's a trend that we say we don't have the tools, both the victim and the offender for a suitable criminal policy. And this has severe consequences for governments because how to do public policy if you don't have data? It turns out that intersectionality, but in particular the feminicide, the weapon used in most cases is or the way of the death that could be it could be using hands or something substituting hands in the feminicide scenarios are absent of collecting this data. Then there's a lack of interpretation of the phenomenon or a hiding by the feminicides themselves. The kind of feminicide is not applied. This is severe. And therefore, what you say is very important. Then data in the sample in the case of the feminicide not to make invisible what's going on.
And I would finally just add that back to kind of the point that I started with was involving people with lived experience in the decisions about how data is collected and what data is collected. That is data in and of itself. And so often in data spaces, researchers are very disconnected from community-based organizations, as Jenna was saying, and from people with lived experience. So making sure it's grounded. We do need to wrap up. We can take one last question. Yes.
Muy buenos días, aspirante oficial en Camino Arcón de la Escuela de Carabineros. Primero quisiera agradecer la invitación a este.
First, thank you for the invitation to this seminar, which is very important to us. Second, I would like to ask my question in particular to Caroline, which is related to the concrete actions that your state or your government has made or you know about from the different governments to face institutional deficiencies in access to justice, equality, and non-discrimination. Thank you.
Okay, so the question is for me. Yes, about the efforts that the United States has taken to address intersectional forms of discrimination. So that is a very big topic, and I know we are short on time. Let me give you one concrete example of something that we have been doing in the United States that I've been very involved with. The White House released a national gender strategy on gender equity and equality 1 year ago. And that national strategy is in line with many national strategies that many countries have around the world, national strategies on gender equality, and national action plans on gender-based violence, which is actually the thing that I've been working on for the past almost year. And in that national gender strategy, the White House outlined 3 guiding principles that are reflective, I think, of this conversation. The first is whole of government implementation, meaning the entire government needs to take responsibility for implementing these ideas about gender equality and equity. They cannot exist in one particular agency or department. They cannot exist only in the White House or in the in the administration that is has been elected, but needs to be embedded across the government and needs to exist across administrations. The second is an intersectional approach, which is the topic that we're talking about today. And the third is interconnected priorities. And maybe this is a good place to end, because I think that an intersectional approach not only has to be the method that you have heard about today, the approach and methodology that our speakers have discussed, but it also needs to be interdisciplinary. In other words, that we have so much to learn across sectors, across our different agencies, from a federal government perspective, that if I, as a lawyer, want to learn about what gender equality and equity means, or how to approach intersectionality in a legal or justice space, I should also be looking in health sectors or education sectors or social services or national security. In other words, we have to have interconnected priorities because if we don't think about the connections between these various silos, then we stay in our silos and we aren't able to really connect the dots and see the ways in which inequality, inequity, and discrimination gets manifested across various spaces. So thank you for that question. It's a good way to end. I think now we have a coffee break.
Bien, les pido por favor un aplauso grande.
Big round of applause.
For Caroline,
Gina, Roxana. Now we've got a coffee break. We are severely delayed. Therefore, I would ask you if you can take your things, you can bring them here to start as soon as possible. Let's take 10 minutes.
Okay, so let's continue with our seminar. And the second panel of experts, it's called Right to Equality, Non-Discrimination in Justice Access. And in this panel, we will talk about the different obstacles on justice access for women regarding their different situations, from the conception of regional policies and multilateral organism programs with representatives of UN Women, ILANUD, and the Latin American Institute of Crime Prevention, and also the Women Inter-American Commission of the OAS. This will be a similar dynamic, and now I will introduce the moderator of this panel of experts. Here will be moderated by Mrs. Terry Inns. Terry Inns is a specialist in development, social entrepreneur, an activist for human rights, and she's made a career in the technological field before incorporated to the civil society field. She's the founder and coordinator of the CEDAW committee in Trinidad and Tobago. And this is a non-governmental organization committed with the defense of the different parties interested in applying the different principles of this convention, and she is also the director of TDI and Associates. She's part of the directive board of several non-governmental organizations, such as Women Working for Social Progress and Women Environmental Program in Nigeria. And she's a member of the executive council of the NGO CSW New York, and she currently is the president of the directive committee of the World Fund of a Small Subvention Program in Trinidad and Tobago, and she's also part of the regional reference group of the civil society in the Spotlight Initiative. She had a master's degree in development and organizational behavior from the Johns Hopkins University. She is also trained by the University of Columbia, and she's also trained by the Harvard Business School on executive leadership. On March 7, 2022, she received the gold medal for women, especially regarding her activities on non-discrimination against women, and she also contributed as a speaker on the Hemispheric Dialogue on the America Summit in LA. So please, Terry, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Good morning, buenos días. That's the extent of
Bueno, eso es todo lo que sé decir en español, lo siento mucho. Y bueno, les voy a hablar en inglés y realmente es un placer estar acá. Y básicamente quiero felicitar a Ceja por este oportuno evento, y quiero también quedarme con los comentarios de mis colegas, especialmente con lo que hemos hablado, no solamente a nivel nacional, sino que también a nivel latinoamericano y específicamente en el Caribe también y en Estados Unidos. Así que este tema no solamente es importante, sino que también es relevante, es oportuno, y obviamente tenemos que tomarlo muy en serio, porque el derecho a la igualdad y la no discriminación es un derecho humano, y el derecho a la igualdad y la no discriminación a nivel administrativo, especialmente en cuanto a la administración de la justicia y los principios de la no discriminación, son aspectos fundamentales en distintos instrumentos universales, y estoy seguro de que los conocen en general y ya hemos mencionado algunos, especialmente el capítulo de las Naciones Unidas que se mencionó en 1945, así como también la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos en 1948. A esto también podemos hablar de la idea de los derechos civiles en 1996, junto con también los derechos culturales del 66, la Convención Internacional de la Eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra mujeres, por ejemplo, que fue en 1965, y finalmente la Convención sobre la Eliminación de toda forma de violencia contra la violencia contra la mujer, como dije anteriormente, y esto también se une en la lista justo con la Convención de los Derechos del Niño en 1999. Así que estos instrumentos universales no solamente son integrales, sino que al mismo tiempo identifican los progresos que se han realizado y también son regionales. Instrumentos regionales, especialmente la que se hizo en 1990, junto con también la Convención Interamericana sobre la Prevención, el Castigo y la Erradicación de la Violencia contra la Mujer en 1994. Y obviamente nos referimos a esta convención como Miskeri de Belém do Pará, y también la Convención Interamericana sobre la Eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra personas con discapacidades en 1999. Así que, como dije anteriormente, esta lista no es una lista acabada, pero finalmente ilustra el progreso que se ha realizado durante los años, y a pesar de todo este proceso, tanto internacional como regional, si bien hemos mejorado las libertades y los derechos de individuos y grupos de individuos contra la discriminación, también seguimos escuchando y viendo ciertas atrocidades que se realizan contra la mujer y las niñas, que son muchas veces los grupos más vulnerables. Hay mucha discriminación y, como sabemos, esto tiene muchas facetas y está presente no solamente a nivel estatal y de instituciones públicas, sino que también a nivel de la sociedad en general. Por lo tanto, esto también puede afectar la manera en la que la gente es tratada en todas las formas de la sociedad, como por ejemplo la educación, la política, el empleo, los servicios médicos y sociales, la vivienda.
Law enforcement and the administration of justice in general. You heard all of that already this morning. Discrimination may have causes and can affect people of different ethnic, racial, or national social origin. And it could be aimed at people of different cultural, linguistic, or religious origins, persons with disabilities, or the elderly, and because of their sexual orientation or preference. I will repeat, discrimination based on gender is most commonplace, in spite of the progress that we've made. Laws still exist which deny women the right to inherit on an equal footing with men, for instance. Women are particularly prone to violent and abusive practices which continue unabated in many countries, and they often suffer double discrimination because of their race or origin and because they are women. This is highlighting, of course, intersectionality of discrimination, one form of it. Persons, especially women and children who live in extreme circumstances which force them to migrate, are subjected to physical restraint, violence, intimidation, and exposure to being trafficked. Again, we heard that from Jenna just previously. So we have seen a disturbing rise in racist and xenophobic attacks on asylum seekers. And those attacks are not, they have now been extended to the defenders of asylum seekers or human rights defenders who dare to challenge their attackers. So I know I've painted a pretty bleak picture. And I've just skimmed the surface of what's going on. But there is good news. And the good news is that we are aware of all of this. We are engaged. You are here. And that shows an interest in why in all of these things. You wouldn't be here if you weren't interested in not only in what's going on, but what you can do about it. So that's good news. And we are standing united against these atrocities. This panel discussion will address the obstacles to women's access to justice in all of our diversity. We'll cover subjects like women deprived of their liberty, Indigenous and Afro-descendant women. And of course, we'll touch on where we are, how did we get there, and where it is we want to go. So without further delay, I want you to join me in warmly welcoming our esteemed panelists, and one person will join us virtually. The protocol would be, the panelists will present, make comments on their particular sections, and then we'll open the floor for questions if you have any. I'll start my first discussion with Anna Selene. The first discussion will be on women deprived of liberty. So let me tell you a bit about Anna Selene. She's a lawyer from the Pontificia Universidad Javeriana of Bogota, Colombia. She has a master's in Latin American studies from the Autonomous University of Madrid Spain, and a fellow of the Carolina Foundation. Since 2010, she has been linked to the United Nations Latin American Institute for the Prevention of Crime and the Treatment of Offenders, based in San Jose, Costa Rica, where she currently serves as coordinator of the area of penitentiary systems and alternatives to prisons. These lines of work focus on issues of access to justice, criminal justice systems, and prison systems from a human rights perspective. During her professional career, she has been a consultant in different institutions, including the Organization of American States, or AOS, the Inter-American Institute of Human Rights, University for Peace, created at the request of the United Nations, and the Center for Justice and International Law. Celine, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, Terry. Bueno, me da muchísimo gusto poder saludarles el día de hoy.
Happy to be here with you. Thank you so much to all of you who joined us, to the organizing team, Ceja. Thank you so much for the invitation. Everyone who has joined us, so that we can have this day here today and to have it as successful as possible. I will try to be as fast as possible so that we can have time for some exchange later on. So here I have a timer with me. And okay, let's go. I have a PowerPoint presentation, of course, and maybe we can share it afterwards if you need it. And this is just a reference so that I can highlight some key points, since we won't have a lot of time to have this first presentation. And I'd like to highlight regarding what has been said about women in prison. I'd like to say where we are and who are the women who are in detention centers. What do they have in common, for example? What are the vulnerabilities that are affecting them, and how are they impacted, especially how their families are impacted? So I want to talk about these key points, and maybe if we have more time, we can talk about this. So the image you can see right here, I think, is a very powerful image, because this is a picture from 1970 on a prison in Costa Rica that no longer exists, the central jail. And we can see a line of women going in there to visit men. And this is a situation that still occurs, by the way, in the different prisons in Latin America. And what we can see here is that actually not being free is different for men and women, and for families as well. And families and women, they have huge differences. And this is a sentence that is very important, at least for me. And I think this is something that we should take home, is that we should no longer think about how to repair with social justice. And this is the basis of everything we've said before, and the things that we have reflected upon, especially regarding situations of some groups that are facing some vulnerabilities that are affecting one way or another people and other things. So let me start with this, understanding that having women in jail is actually a situation that is a situation of vulnerability by itself. So the intersectional approach is very useful because it allows us to understand how different vulnerability situations can stress these vulnerabilities, especially for someone who is already suffering different obstacles to have some rights as guaranteed. And this is also very important, and it is important to consider how the state provides a set of rights regarding, for example, the inter-American systems. This has to do also with how to turn this into an instrumental affair so that we can identify the way in which the state is not only responsible for the people in prison and to guarantee some rights that are not suspended because of the fact that they are in jail, but also this is an augmented responsibility, especially for those who are suffering different vulnerability situations. And this has been acknowledged by different UN instances regarding torture, for example. It has been said that some groups of people, some people within the prison population are suffering, of course, some huge human rights violations. Huge challenge. So we were saying that women that are in jail, let's say that they constitute, for example, an important part of the population, of the minority population, and especially if we consider that in general terms, considering the deficiencies that we have and how hard it is to collect data from this particular area, we can say that we have approximately 11 million people in jail and approximately 740,000 of them are women. And this, one way or another, explain the way the prison systems have been conceived from a men-centered approach, for men and by men. And this constitutes an additional obstacle to guarantee those fundamental rights. And this is something very important, and we need to highlight this because the number of women who are in prison has increased, has dramatically increased in the last decades. And this cannot be explained not only by the increase in the world population or prison population in general. In general terms, we can say that 50% since the year 2000 and 2010, the female population in jails has been increased in 50%, while for the same period for men, the percentage was approximately 20%. So now we ask ourselves what's happening globally that we have this kind of difference. And it seems to be, so I'm running out of my 5 minutes and I'm just in the first part of my presentation. Let me wrap up first. It is a huge challenge to summarize all of this. But I'd like to highlight that in the case of women, we find them we actually run into a very interesting situation is that we are seeing lots of women in prison because of drug trafficking, and they actually the weakest link in the chain. They are easily replaceable, and we are seeing that some policies to answer to this problem, the war against drugs, is making the same mistakes actually. And we are having some structural discrimination issues because who are the women who are going here? We have a full characterization. I have it on my screen. And it seems to be that women in jail are there because of non-violent crimes. These are women usually who are poor, young women as well, most of them below 40 years old. They have a lack of access to education. Some of them don't even know how to read. And we also find, for example, women who don't have the possibility of becoming part of the labor force, so they are irregular in that manner. And at the same time as we can identify this, in regional cases, for example, that allows us to have some qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis with some limitations, of course, we can see that we have women who are facing different challenges to become part of the labor market, but at the same time, they are part of a system that one way or another reproduces different gender stereotypes. So women is punished in both ways. First, because she committed a crime, and at the same time, because her gender role has been broken. And most of these women actually commit these crimes because they are told to do whatever they want to support their children. So we need to take, or they need to take, or they need to do whatever they have to do so that they can support their families. So there is an overload on women, and we can identify this. We can identify as well that the criminal system do not only reproduce these gender stereotypes, but they are actually worse. And there is even more expectation of the justice system as a tool to solve multiple social issues. And we've found that we are actually affecting some areas of the population, people who are going into jails, and they even have less opportunities than before entering jail to have dignity and to become part of the society with a regular job opportunity, for example. So that's what I wanted to highlight in general terms. We have a huge framework of rights that allows us to identify which are the fundamental rights for women in jail. Roxana already mentioned this before. And we don't have a legal framework for people in jail, but we do have a set of rights that it's strong, that allows us to identify the different specific sections that we should have in order to keep in mind the different situations of these women. We have different challenges, of course: information access, data collection with an intersectional approach in order to identify what's the situation of women, migrant women, for example, indigenous women in jail, and we need to know how this lockdown affects women overage, for example, women who live with their children, despite the fact that, or keeping in mind, for example, that we know that in this general data collection that we have, almost 19,000 children live with their mothers in jail. So what can a justice system and a criminal system do, which do not have a lot of resources, but they have a lot of political will, though, to implement some actions to improve the situation of rights of these people? What sort of possibilities these systems have to establish good living conditions for the mothers and their children? So these are some of the questions, these are some of the challenges, of course, that I hope we can address and we can discuss in the following minutes. Thank you so much, Terry.
Thank you, Celine. That was an excellent
Gracias, Celine.
synopsis.
And I look forward to the follow-up questions that you'll have. Our second speaker will talk on the topic of access to justice from Indigenous and Afro-descendant women. Michelle Mendez, she will speak with us virtually. So let me tell you a bit about her as she sets up. Michelle Mendez is the coordinator and program manager for the elimination of violence against women at UN Women. Under the Elimination of Violence Against Women section of the UN Women Regional Office for the Americas and the Caribbean, acting as the regional program coordinator for Latin America of the Spotlight Initiative to End Violence Against Women and Girls, which is an alliance between the European Union and United Nations. Michelle comes from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. She is a lawyer, graduated in law from the Faculty of Applied Social Sciences in Rio de Janeiro, and has a master's degree in human rights and humanitarian action from Sciences Po, Paris. Prior to joining the UN Women Regional Office, Michelle has been working as a policy analyst in the Elimination of Violence Against Women section at the UN Women headquarters in New York. Prior to joining the United Nations, Michelle worked for the National Secretariat for the Promotion of Public Offices for Racial Equality at Brazil's Ministry of Human Rights, the Inter-American Drug Abuse Control Commission of the Organization of American States, the Public Defender's Office of the State of Rio de Janeiro, and private law offices in Rio de Janeiro. From an early age, Michelle was involved in activism for gender equality in Brazil. During law school, Michelle co-founded the Marielle Franco Feminist Collective to provide free legal assistance to women victims of gender violence. Michelle has a particular interest in the issues of violence against women and girls, intersectional feminism, incarceration of vulnerable women, in Latin America. Michelle, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you well.
Yes. For me, it's the same to speak in English or Spanish, but because I think I will speak in Spanish because of the region. Entonces voy a cambiar. Muchas gracias, Terry, por la introducción.
Thank you so much, Terry, for the invitation. Greetings, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me. I would love to be there, but this month is very important for the elimination of violence, so we have lots of events. Right now, I have to be in another seminar very soon. That's why I'm not here with you, but greetings everyone on the table as well. This is a very interesting day, and I know that we are here to talk about justice access with a feminist intersectional approach, and I will mainly talk about the issue of Afro-descendant and indigenous women in our region and the obstacles they have to face in order to have access to justice. And we know that there are some barriers, for example, to have access to justice in general. And women, especially indigenous and Afro-descendant women, have a lot of difficulties in this manner. And we know that this is a consequence of the fact that there is a double discrimination, as my colleague has already mentioned, especially because of gender issues and especially regarding issues with ethnicity, origin, among others. And even though we're seeing some important barriers that are specific for each context, and we can see that we can identify a series of factors, and within the region, these are common factors. For example, the limitation to justice access within the whole region. And one of the most important obstacles has to do with the fact that indigenous women and Afro-descendant women live in the poorest areas of our society. They are the most vulnerable ones. And of course, we should always think about the fact that whenever we're thinking about public policy, we need to consider this. Indigenous and Afro-descendant women have a huge workload. They work on reproductive affairs, domestic affairs, labor affairs, of course. Most of these works are irregular with a low income as well, and at the same time, they don't have a lot of access to education and opportunities in general to graduate from school. So most of the legal procedures, as we know, and it falls into the women's fault. For example, they are made accountable for everything, for any kind of crime, and they are usually presenting different pieces of evidence. They have to present in front of the jury. They have to assume all sort of costs of transportation and everything. They may lose one day of work because they are actually claiming something or they are prosecuting a specific cause. They have to organize themselves considering their domestic responsibility. And at the same time, there is a fear to receive some repercussions from the offender. They are afraid at the same time of losing their jobs. So all of this must be taken into consideration, especially when it comes to a lack of awareness of women. When it comes to legal procedures, there's a lot of ignorance in this area. They don't know what to do. They don't know that they can access free legal advisory, and there is almost zero information available for them. And sometimes they are there, but they are not shared that well. And at the same time, there is a lot of cases because a lot of women see this, especially regarding the efficiency and how effective the legal system is. There isn't a lot of, they do not trust justice either. And it is important at the same time to talk about the different practices of victimization, for example, that different justice operators have. And they work with women whose rights have been already violated. They are even more vulnerable and they have even fewer rights. So this is key. This is key, and we need to discuss this because the legal system generates different obstacles for women to be part of this because of some ways that my colleagues has already mentioned, for example, some structural discrimination methods regarding specifically the justice access. And I'm not only talking about poverty and gender inequality in general. There is no cultural and access availability for women, and they don't even know that different justice operators can provide free services. So even though we are putting this into the migration context, for example, when we are talking about human mobility, these obstacles are even more evident and they are even deeper. So in this context, a lot of indigenous and Afro-descendant women require access to justice that can consider their language, their ethnicity, and their vulnerabilities and context in general. So this is due to the fact that these women are even more vulnerable to suffer different forms of violence in the mobility context, such as people trafficking, for example, as one of my colleagues mentioned. So we need to have a force-based intervention, and this is a reality in Latin America and in the Caribbean. And the whole continent actually is being affected by this, considering the different economic and climate crisis that we're living in. And we know that there is a lot of work in this area, especially regarding services. The access to services has improved during the last decades as a consequence of some justice reforms, innovations, specialized institutions, among others. And of course, some of these are directed to indigenous women. Some of these organizations are doing that area. Of course, we need more, but we already have these organizations. We are doing something about it. But indigenous women and Afro-descended women are still facing huge barriers such as geographic distances, costs, language, whenever they need to have access to a formal justice system. So from UN Women, this is a priority, and we've got the attention of the different states so that they can guarantee the fundamental rights of justice access, the right to have an effective resource, because we know that justice access may also prevent violence. It's not only about responding to violent cases that have already happened. This can also prevent violence cases against women. So we believe that the public ministry has a very important role to play in this prevention so that they can actually ensure an appropriate prevention, and we are working on the attention of survivors, for example, their families. Actually, I'm right here in Buenos Aires on a meeting for an Ibero-American Association of Public Ministries, and they are specialized in gender. They are working in this. They are working with specific protocols to respond to violence against women and in their diversity within the region. And it is also very important to have some regulation framework regionally, and we need to consider this. We need to have some protocols to defend the defenders. We need to defend human rights so that they can guarantee different justice access, because we know that these women are in the front line. They are working so that other women can have access to rights. So we need to protect those activists. We need to protect those women so that they can protect also other women. So there is a lot of initiatives. I cannot mention them. I cannot speak for 2 hours as I would like to do on this very important topic, but I just want to say that we have a commitment in the region with the eradication of women against, with the eradication of violence against women, and the interinstitutional collaboration is extremely important, as we have right here. This is the only way to go forward, to move forward, and to improve. So thank you so much.
So I know you have to go, and I actually want to thank you for your very thorough presentation, as well as answering the question before I asked it, which was to identify any specific programs that UN Women may have been will have identified and want to put into policy in working with the different states in which you work in our region. You've already touched on that, so thank you for that.
If you want, before I go, I can mention very briefly about some of the responses. Perdón, puedo mencionar muy rápido sobre políticas que ya están. Yo mencioné muy rápido, pero antes de irme, perdón que me tengo que ir, pero hay muchas organizaciones a nivel local de sociedad civil que están trabajando con estados a nivel local para hacer, por ejemplo, para atender a mujeres indígenas, haciendo sistemas de justicia que son mixtos, que consideran las leyes de políticas formales del país y del Estado, también
but also the culture, tradition, There is or there are already initiatives like this, but they need lots of investment and visibility to have national or perhaps regional reach. That's why I think it is very important having this kind of dynamics and this joint work backed by organization of corporation, states, and civil society, because the civil society has already done job on promoting access to justice for women, but they need support to have a further reach. But there are also initiatives for accessibility, language, all those kind of things. But we have to work a lot on those things, and we have to work together, and we have to put more investments for these people to have a bigger reach, a bigger scope. Just to answer your question before leaving, thank you very much.
In relation to gender inequalities and access to justice. To bring us this discussion is Hilary Anderson. Hilary is a senior gender specialist with Inter-American Commission on Women at the Organization of American States. Since finishing her studies in gender and development at McGill University in Montreal, Hilary has worked with the Pan American Health Organization's Gender and Health Unit and with the United Nations International Research and Training Institute for the Advancement of Women, now under the UN Women. In 2009, Hilary joined the staff of the Inter-American Commission of Women at the Organization of American States, where she works as a senior specialist on women's rights and gender equality issues in the region. From this position, she has led the development of knowledge and capacity building tools to support closing the gap between the international legal framework on women's rights and national level laws and policies. Hilary, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Terry. Buenos días a todas las personas que nos acompañan hoy. Un agradecimiento especial a la CEJA por la invitación también de compartir ese espacio con ustedes esta mañana. Sí, mañana.
Yes, this is the morning. Well, as was said by Terry, where we are and where we're going to, and where we're coming from. Terry mentioned in her introduction of the Melon de Pará Convention that was adopted in 1994 in the scope of the OAS and has been ratified by 32 out of 34 member states. Is the Inter-American tool most ratified across OAS, and we're still missing signatures and certifications by Canada and the United States. I understand Canada is still considering the United States not that much, but we're going somewhere. The convention at a given moment clearly established the right of women to live free of violence in every scope, both the private and public scope, and also established responsibilities by states of the due diligence in case of violence against women. In that equation, access to justice, of course, is a key component, as well highlighted by Roxana in the first panel, where we've already had lots of rights. I would add on top of that the paper. Almost 30 years from the adoption of the Pará Convention, there are good practices in every country across the region and in every scope of action of the convention. For the purposes of our analysis, are 6 legislation, national plans, access to justice, specialized services, information and statistics, and budgets. What we've made the most progress on, obviously, is in the scope of regulation. Where we have had the less progress is in the scope of budget. We still need more money to execute everything. Said that, we still face lots of challenges in the implementation of all the rights stated in the convention. I would say the biggest barrier we still face today is impunity. This environment around the crimes of gender for a series of reasons, and although in the paper we have already typified or increasingly typified crimes and manifestations of violence against women, we are moving on in terms of the legislations. We recognize feminicide, we recognize political violence, we recognize sexual violence and rape, but from the fact to the saying, there's a huge gap. And there's still a series of barriers that perpetuate impunity, including, again, as Roxana mentioned, all gender stereotypes and crimes against women are not equally important, or they are less important than other crimes. The lack of coverage in terms of urban, rural, in terms of the demand versus the services available on the one hand, and a lack of specialization on the other hand, from both the gender approach and intersectional approach of all instances of justice. And it is also the fact of revictimization, the lack of continuity of cases in terms of rapes. On the one hand, the incidence of violence against women, the number of reports filed, and the number of reports or claims that finally have a sentence favorable to the victim. And from that moment on, they decrease. If 1 out of 3 women live in situation of violence at a given moment of their lives, the number that are filed is around 20%. And out of those cases, the number resulting in a favorable sentence for the victim is another 20%. We increasingly reduce this, then that still sends a strong message of social impunity for violence against women. Well, there are still trustful data missing in most countries from the justice sector about the destination of all the claims that finally are filed. Another problem is the over-inefficiency and the overload of justice systems, and that from local level up to my scope, the Inter-American and International, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights Commission, the International Penal Court faces an overload of cases and delays of processing times, that it is not unusual that a person may take 20 years to have a decision about their cases. If it is a woman, for instance, in the case, for instance, in Nicaragua, that she presents the claim at national level when there are 8 years, she was 8 years old when she filed, and when the decision by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, she is 24. We're talking about her childhood and her adolescence to finally have a decision in terms of a case of rape. Related to the previous points is the lack of political will, and the meaning of all those commitments acquired by states through the convention still have almost an illusory level or very basic level of budget for their effective implementation. Data we have collected from the follow-up mechanism in the convention indicate that in any country or no country in the world is putting more than 0.01 and 0.1% of the national budget to the efforts to assist violence against women. Assist, I mean, prevent, assisting, sanctioning, and repairing. And also from MESACFI. MESACFI works as a permanent dialogue among all the states that have ratified the convention, and in a committee of experts. There's one expert per each state that have ratified. There are 32 female experts. The committee has released a series of 31 recommendations to strengthen the access to justice. In the 6 scopes of action, specifically to access to justice, has issued 31 recommendations. If there are recommendations by the committee, we understand these are areas of implementation by the convention, we still don't achieve what the convention states. And these recommendations cover a series of topics, including strengthening the data collection from the justice system, In particular, what I said earlier in terms of the relationship between the incidents, the number of files, and the number of files with a favorable sentence to the victim. Creating awareness in the personnel of the justice administration about gender and intersectionality, establishing permanent comprehensive training programs for judges, but also for prosecutor, attorneys, operators of justice, and other related staff, providing guidelines and manuals about gender justice, including exemplary sentences using regional and international standards and the exchange among countries in that sense. In a different way, it is highlighting what we call the bad practices, all those sentences that still perpetrate gender stereotypes, visibilize them, spread them in terms of what we don't have to do, put in practice acting protocols and assistance protocols for victims of violence, and also following up their implementation, providing information services available in official language of the country and also the languages of indigenous people and the languages of the main immigrant communities in each country, establish entities in charge of receiving claims of violence against women, assessing the administration of justice from a gender approach, also including personnel involved in the administration of justice. Gender should be a component of the assessment of the performance of the personnel in charge of implementing justice, providing efficient protection measures for claim filers and their relatives, and control the effective application. And finally, this is an area we still have a long way to run, warranting the comprehensive repairing of the damage to victims and their relatives. To complement all that, last year in Mesagdi, we launched what we call the fourth round of evaluation, and that has a specific approach about the topic of access to justice. That with two purposes. On the one hand, to have an overview of information and more detailed information on what's going on at every country across the region and at a regional level from an intersectional approach. My colleagues already said imprisoned women, indigenous women, Afro-descendant women. We also, through what the mechanism of shadow reports does, we have received lots of information of transgender women, women with disability, and we're about to launch a specific report about women with disabilities, and we have released other reports about sexual violence against little girls and infant marriage and early unions as the convention. And the result of all that process is going to be a series of national reports and an aggregated hemispheric report about access to justice of women across the Americas that hopefully help us to understand a little bit what's going on across the region and to design legislation, policies, and action programs to understand in a better way the situation. I think my time is up. I will stop here. I have spoken very quickly, but I am open to any question by the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hillary. And that was, again, another very comprehensive presentation on where we are, and where we're going, and in relation to inequalities in gender access. Now, what I'd like to do is open the floor to you all. I know we have little time, but I do want to give you all the opportunity to ask at least one question, maybe two. We only have our two panelists. Our other panelists, as you heard, had to leave. But if you have any questions for these two panelists, they're very available to answer. I see, yeah. Let's start with one.
Muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Ulda Figueroa, vengo de...
I am from the Center of Studies of Justice and Society from Catholic University. My question is for Ana. In the frame of the general topic about alternatives to imprisonment for imprisoned women, a little bit asking about what do you see is the overview across Latin America regarding the agenda, the progress of the agenda in this framework. Here in Chile, in particular, particular, we are discussing right now, there's an open debate on what we call the Sayem law for the purposes of enabling alternatives to imprisonment in this framework, and also a very important effort from the defensory, the public prosecution, and we are interested, some of us are interested in research about this topic. I would like to know about the general overview across Latin America in any of those three scopes. Thank you very much.
De hecho, eso era uno de
In
los temas
fact,
que
that
quería
was one
tocar
of
y
the
es
topics
que
I wanted to talk
el
about.
Comité de la CEDAW,
That the Committee of the CEDAW in the General Recommendation number 33 said that the access of the situation of imprisonment also became a barrier to access to justice for imprisoned women. On the one hand, because the possibilities for them to have access to alternative measures than imprisonments are limited, and the enclosure conditions limit the possibility to access to justice because of geographic issues, because of also because of difficulties in legal representation. That's a key topic in the access to justice. About the possibility of being able to have access to alternative measures, it's been highlighted a lot, the importance to be implemented with general approach, because there are alternatives in legislations for people in prison. But what we can find and made patent during the pandemic, that there were just some alternative measures, but many women couldn't access to these measures. On the one hand, because they had obligations of taking care of others that made them impossible to fulfill the demands for these alternative measures to be approved. On the other hand, because they didn't have enough resources to pay for probations. That's the importance that to be activated, because I understand that the law has been sleeping for many years and it's been reactivated. I think it is important to highlight the political will in certain strategic moments to boost those kind of initiatives that are correlated in other countries in the region. In Colombia, we've made progress in that sense. In Costa Rica, we have two advances too, two progresses too, two important milestones since 2013. That was one of the first dispositions that was adopted, that was allowing, in the case of women that enter into the jails, drug that clearly could verify the situation of coercion by their significant others, for instance, to be allowed to access to alternative measures. This was very important, but what we found that around 5% of the prison women was precisely because they have entered drug into jails, but another big percentage, they were also imprisoned because of traffic dealing in minor amounts, but not because of entering drugs into jails. In Costa Rica, that situation is breached, but other alternative measures have been boosted for judges to recognize how vulnerabilities, situation affecting women could lead them to commit this kind of crimes. That perhaps in certain situations it is the first time non-violent crimes to have access to these benefits. As long as they have progress, it's important to recognize this in the region. There are difficulties in implementing this progress, and I think this is linked to the importance that we could also work on changing a legal culture and also acknowledging how to implement these kind of measures, that judicial operators have the ability to implement these recourse that in the legal framework for them to make progress, not just to be on the paper, but to make these guarantees operational that are established and that are being pushed regionally.
Thank you. Was your question answered? Was your question answered? Do we have one?
Ay, está prendido. Hola.
Hello.
Okay. You. I'm sorry. I don't mean to point, but you're next. I think it's over there. Oh, she has. Okay. Three.
Hola, soy Alejandra.
Hello, I am Alejandra. I have a minor in law. I am about to
Mi pregunta dice relación con
my exam as a
el
lawyer.
proceso constituyente que acabamos de
My
vivir
question
en el
is
país,
related to the constituent
en el
process we have
que,
gone
bueno,
through
aprendimos muchas
in the
cosas.
country. We learned
Dentro
a
de
lot
ellas
of
se
things, and
incorporó en el
among
borrador
of
de
them,
una nueva
in the draft
constitución
of the new
la
constitution
perspectiva de
was
género.
introduced the
Mi
gender
pregunta es
perspective.
a propósito de
My
que,
question
bueno,
is because
no no ganó la opción de la
the
apruebo.
approval
¿Cómo
of
si
the
es
new
que
constitution
llegamos a incorporar
didn't
una nueva
win?
constitución a nivel
If
país,
we had a new
la perspectiva de
constitution
género y
in our
también desde
country,
una
how to
perspectiva
introduce the
interseccional en un
gender
lenguaje
perspective
más
and intersectional
simple y
perspective in
comprensible?
more
No sé si
simple and
tendrán algunos ejemplos de
understandable
ciertos
language? I don't know if you
países
have some
o otras
examples of
legislaciones que
other
podamos
countries or
tomar
other
como ejemplo.
legislations we can
Muchas
take
gracias.
as an example. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you want to pose your question to anyone in particular?
Valerie, would you like to start? I can. Yeah. O sea, todas las constituciones de la región ya consagran la igualdad entre hombres y
All
mujeres. No
constitutions
sé, más
across
que un
the
lenguaje
region consecrate equality between men and women. Rather than a simple language in the constitution, I think we have to make a big effort in terms of communication and education around intersectionality and gender issues, because there's still lots of lack of understanding, lots of disinformation to fake news around what's the gender approach, what's the intersectional approach is, and I think that leads to lot of fear in large parts of the population in terms of what means adopting an intersectional gender approach. Perhaps rather not simplified language in terms of the constitution, but an effort for creating awareness and having social education in terms of what that approach means. I think it would be a step for the second attempt, and hopefully we have that for the adoption of a new constitution.
I will also add that looking at policies and institutions that we have currently should give us an idea of what is not working. And in taking a gender approach going forward, we know where the gaps are so that we can improve our systems as we go forward. Anna, would you like to add something? Yeah. Thank you. The mic. Oh. Another question.
Hola, buenos días.
Hello,
Mi nombre
good
es
morning. My
Catherine
name
Alvear.
is
Yo soy
Catherine Alvear.
psicóloga,
I
soy
am
encargada.
psychologist. I am in charge of gender in
En realidad,
the
yo quiero hacer un comentario
environment.
breve
I
que tiene
want
que
to
ver
make a
con
brief
lo
comment
siguiente.
related to the
A
following.
partir de la experiencia, ¿no? de
From the
nuestra institución,
experience
nosotros hemos
of
hecho
our
un amplio trabajo
institution,
en el tema de los
we've
derechos
done
humanos y de mejorar condiciones
work in
carcelarias de
terms of
mujeres,
human rights
que sin
and
duda está al
improve
debe,
imprisonment
pero de
conditions
todas
of women
maneras
that
mi
without
impresión es
questions
que es
we
necesario
are
avanzar en
lacking that.
mirar el
But
género como
without a doubt, we
un
need
tema
to move on in
técnico
looking
en la
at gender as a
intervención,
technical issue in
pensando
the
también en
intervention,
que
thinking about
el
that
comportamiento
the
delictual en hombres
criminal
es una
behavior
expresión de
in men
masculinidad
is an expression
que
of
debe ser
masculinity
abordado,
that has to be
y
addressed,
también pensar
and
en la
also
oferta
thinking about the
programática, ¿no?
program
Tanto
offer
para las
both
mujeres
for
también,
women,
y que esta oferta
and that
programática no
this
tiene que ser
offer
para las mujeres en su
has not to
condición de
be
madres,
for
porque si
women
no estamos
in the
asumiendo que
condition of
ellas
mothers,
delinquen y transmiten el
because
delito,
we are
¿no? Hay
assuming they
una
commit crimes
hipótesis
and
sobre la
they
etiología
transmit
de la
crime,
infracción de ley.
criminality. There's some
Más
of
bien
that is
tenemos
about the
que
ideology of the law
generar
abridgment,
oferta
the law bridge,
programática
but we rather
por
have to generate programmatic
el delito por
offer
el cual ellas
for the
están,
crime
y
they
avanzar
have
también en
committed,
reconocer la
and
violencia de las
moving
mujeres.
on
Recientemente
in
supe el caso de un
recognizing
hombre de
violence
59
against women.
años que
Recently,
fue
I knew about the
abusado por
case
su madre,
of a
¿ya?
59-year-old man
Y son
who
cosas que es
was
necesario
abused by
ampliar y
his
mirar
mother.
para que pueda
These are
haber
things that
reparación.
have to be enhanced and we have to look at for have repair. To have repair.
Thank you for your comment.
Hola, buenos días a todos. Soy Ignacio Yarzún. Soy abogada, soy activista trans de OT de Chile. Y bueno, a propósito de lo que comentaba,
Just because of what's said earlier in the panel about women, no, their diversity,
donde parece que muchas veces
well, it
también nos
seems that
excluyen
many
y
times
nos
we are
invisibilizan de
excluded
esta
and we are
diversidad a
invisibilized
la
from
que se
this diversity,
refiere el concepto.
the
Y que bueno,
concept
agradezco también a
means.
Hillary
And I
haberlo
also
mencionado,
thank Hillary to
porque
mention this,
digamos, es una
because let's
realidad
say
que muchas veces,
this
como
is a
se comentaba
reality that many
anteriormente, el
times, as
acceso a la
said
justicia
earlier,
depende
access
mucho
to
también
justice also depends a
de las
lot
posibilidades académicas
on
que
the
tienen las
academic
personas.
possibilities
En nuestra
people may have.
comunidad
In our
es un hecho
community, it
que
is a
las
fact
personas
that
trans son excluidas de los
trans
espacios educativos,
people
son
are
discriminadas y
excluded
muchas de
from
ellas no
educational
terminan los
spaces.
estudios.
They are discriminated,
Hay
and
mucha
many of them
comunidad
don't
trans
finish
que
their
es
studies.
analfabeta
There's a lot
y
of
por
trans
cierto la
community
posibilidad
who
de
are
acceso a la justicia
illiterate,
son limitadas.
and By the
En
way,
ese
the
sentido
possibilities to
también,
have access to
al
justice are
momento de poder
limited.
interactuar con la
At the
justicia
moment,
también vemos
when
múltiples
being able to
deficiencias
interact
en
with
cuanto al
justice,
sistema
we
judicial,
see lots of
en
deficiencies
cuanto no
regarding
hay
the
un
judicial system.
enfoque
There
correcto
is
por parte de
no
las
right
autoridades o de
approach
las
by
entidades a
authorities
cargo
or
de la
the
administración
entities
de
in charge of
justicia,
administrating
en
justice
la que se discrimina
that
constantemente,
constantly
incluso por parte
discriminate,
de agentes
even by
públicos.
public officers.
Y esta realidad,
And
digamos,
this reality,
ocurre en
let's
Chile
say,
y en el
occurs in
extranjero, y el
Chile
extranjero es mucho
and
más grave,
abroad.
digamos,
And
en el
abroad
sentido en
is
que
much more severe
la
in the sense that
discriminación y la violencia
discrimination
estructural
and
que existe hacia la
structural
comunidad
violence
trans
against the trans
persiste hasta el día de
community
hoy,
persists
incluso con los
as of
avances que
today.
tengamos, por ejemplo,
Even
en
with
temas
progress we have
legislativos
had
hacia el sexo,
in
hacia el
terms
acceso de las mujeres
legislative issues,
a la
in
justicia,
terms
vemos
of
que para la
access
comunidad trans
for
esto sin
women to
embargo no
justice,
ocurre.
we see for the trans community, the transgender
Entonces,
community,
el
this
acceso a
doesn't
políticas
happen.
públicas que
Access to
efectivamente nos
public policies that in
permitan
fact
acceder a
allowed
la
us to
justicia
have
se ve
access
muy
to
limitado en ese
justice
sentido.
seems to be very
Y
limited in that
también
sense.
quisiera comentar
I would like to
lo
comment
que pasa con las
also
infancias
what
muchas veces, que
happens
también
with
son
childhood
invisibilizadas en este
that
sentido,
are also
que son
invisibilized in this sense.
sometidas a
They are
terapias de
submitted
conversión,
to conversion
y
therapies,
hay un alto índice de
and
suicidio
there is a
de adolescentes
suicide
trans
index of
por
trans
este motivo.
teenagers because of this reason.
Em, la realidad es
The
catastrófica
reality
para
is
nuestra comunidad
catastrophic
y
for
vemos
our
que muchas veces
community,
desde los
and
mismos
we see
feminismos
that
se
from
nos quiere
feminists
excluir de los
themselves,
avances que podemos
we
tener
want
hacia el futuro,
they want to be
lo cual es
instructed
muy
about the
preocupante.
progress we may have
Sin ir más
in the
lejos,
future,
quisiera
which is
también hacer
very
un comentario
concerning.
respecto a lo que comentaba
Without
Ana
going too
sobre el
far,
sistema
I would like to
penitenciario para
make
la
a comment
comunidad
about
trans.
what Anna commented for the
En periodos de
jail
dictadura, las
system for
mujeres
the
trans
trans
eran
communities.
perseguidas por el hecho de andar vestidas con ropa femenina,
In the dictatorship period,
en
trans women
alusión a que
were
atentaban contra
persecuted
la
because
moral y el
they
pudor.
wear feminine clothes.
Eran
In allusion, they're
estaban
attempting
encarceladas
against
por este
moral,
motivo,
and they were
después eran
imprisoned for
reincidentes
this
y
reason.
pasaban
Then they
meses
were
encarceladas y pasaban
reincidents, and they
básicamente la vida
were
entera
imprisoned for
presas
months,
privadas de
and they
libertad,
were imprisoned for the whole
sometidas también a
life,
violencia dentro de
practically,
las cárceles, a
submitted to
violaciones,
violence in jails,
y
to
esto
rapes,
en un
and
contexto también de
this is
violencia por
also
parte de
in a
agentes judiciales
context of
en este sentido.
violence by
Muchas veces
judicial
también ya al
officers.
entrar a la
Many
democracia
times,
se seguía produciendo este tipo
even
de situaciones.
in democracy,
Entonces,
those kind of
comento todo
situations
esto en un
can
contexto para
persisted.
poder
I
preguntarle a
comment
usted
all
una
this in a
pregunta
contest
amplia.
to have
¿Cómo ve la
asked you a very
posibilidad de
wide
poder
questions.
avanzar
How
con
do
los
you
derechos de la
see on the
comunidad trans,
possibility of making progress
entendiendo que
in the
siguen ocurriendo
rights of trans
crímenes de odio que siguen
community,
invisibilizados y que muchas veces no son
understanding there are
contabilizados
many
porque
hate
también faltan
crimes that are
datos, porque no
invisibilized
sabemos
and they
cuántas
are not
personas trans habemos, faltan
accounted
estadísticas,
because
y
there
cuántas
is a
somos
lack of
asesinadas por este
data.
motivo.
We don't know how
Entonces, ¿cómo ves
many
la
trans
posibilidad de
people
poder
are
avanzar
and how many are
en
killed
políticas
for this
públicas
reason?
efectivas, teniendo en
How do
consideración
you
que
see the
actualmente no
possibility
tenemos
of
las
making
bases para poder
progress in
avanzar?
effective public policies, taking into account that we don't have the grounds to make progress on this?
Gracias, gracias por tu pregunta porque además me da oportunidad
Thank
también
you for the
para
question because
comentar
this
algo
gives me the
sobre el
opportunity
tema y
to
es que
have a very
desde
specific
Milano entre
comment
2016
about
y
the topics.
2017
From the
trabajamos un
2016
estudio
and
sobre la
2017 in
situación de las
Illinois,
personas
we work in a
lesbianas, gays,
survey
bisexuales,
about the
trans privadas de
situation
libertad
of
y otras personas en condición de
LGBTQ
vulnerabilidad.
plus
Esto
people
fue un
and other people
esfuerzo
in
que se sumó al
vulnerability
de otros
community of
países de la región
imprisoned
porque hay
people,
pocos
their
estudios en ese
conditions.
caso,
This was a
porque como
joint
mencionaba, una
effort
de las
that
dificultades que
added to the
tenemos
efforts in
es
other
el acceso a
countries
datos,
because
el
there's little
acceso
data. One of the
a
difficulties
datos
we
que
have
sean de
is
buena
the
calidad y
access to good
comparables, pero hay
quality
algunos
data and
estudios de caso que nos
comparable
permiten
data, but there are
identificar
some
como
case
algunas
studies that allows us
características
to
o
identify
por lo
some
menos tener un poquito más
characteristics
claro
or
el
at least
panorama. En el
have a
caso
little
de
bit
Costa
more
Rica, porque
clear
esta investigación se centró en
the
Costa
big
Rica,
picture. In the case of Costa Rica,
reafirmábamos las
we
hipótesis que
reaffirmed the
teníamos al iniciar la
hypothesis we
investigación
had
y
when
esto es que
we
la
started
población
our
trans, por
research.
ejemplo, está
This is that the
sobrerepresentada en el
trans
sistema
population
penitenciario,
is
que también
overrepresented
tiene unas
in the jail
características
system,
comunes
that
que pasan
they
por
have
situación
common
de
features
pobreza,
that go
exclusión,
through poverty
víctimas de múltiples
situation,
formas de
exclusion,
violencia
victims of multiple
fuera
forms of
del sector
violence
penal y
out of
dentro de
the
los centros penitenciarios. Y
imprisoning
tratamos un
centers
poco de
and within
rastrear cuáles
imprisoning
son las
centers,
herramientas
and we
jurídicas que
try
tenemos
a
para
little bit to
identificar
track which
cuáles
are
deberían ser
the
los estándares
legal
para poder
tools to
procurar
identify
una
which
mejor
would be the standards to
garantía o
have
poder
better
superar los
warranties or
obstáculos que
being
limitan la
able to
garantía de
overcome
derechos
the
de estas
barriers that limit the guarantees of rights of these
hemos encontrado
populations.
también que hay
We
avances, por
found
ejemplo, en
that
Costa
there's a
Rica en ese
progress,
caso
for instance,
también
in Costa
se ha
Rica, in that case,
impulsado
with
la adopción
the
del
adoption in
reglamento
the
de normativa
regulation of
interna del
internal
sistema
regulation of the
penitenciario
penitentiary
de
system has
medidas que
been
permiten
boosted
mejorar la
for
condición de vida de las
measures that
personas trans,
allow
como
to
por
improve
ejemplo,
the
y
conditions
esto
of life
también a
for
partir
trans
de
population. This
sentencias
also from
de la Corte
sentences by the
Suprema,
Supreme
se
Court.
determinó que,
It
por
was
ejemplo, se
determined
permitían
that,
las
for
visitas entre
instance,
personas del mismo
visits
sexo,
between
se
people from the
permitía que las
same sex
mujeres trans
allowed.
puedan entrar
Trans women were allowed
accesorios y su
to
ropa de acuerdo con su identidad de género.
wear their clothes and garments according to their gender identity. These are progresses that still find barriers in terms of the needs and training processes for personnel to dimension what does imply the gender approach, what does the intersectional analysis imply, what do these tools imply as methods for analysis and guidelines for actions to change condition of these women. We're also working on identification of the right situation of LGBTQ people that in the region that allowed us to identify which is the violent situation, track it and identify it to instrument the labor of authorities and judicial operators to identify which is the situation affecting these populations across the region. That in terms of where we are approaching from the situation of these populations.
Thank you, Celine. Hillary. Thank you. Briefly, yes, I promise. No, desde la OEA, o sea, es
From
un tema.
OIS, of course, this is an unresolved topic. LGBTIQ plus groups have had an activist role increasingly relevant in OAS, and that has led to the adoption of resolutions about the rights of LGBT population in terms of OAS. We have increasingly created analysis spaces, dialogue, increases CPIH or has a spokes instance from LGBTI people. We have increasingly dialogue with groups of lesbian women, trans women regarding particular violence and discrimination they suffer. I think on the one hand, we have to continue in that activism. I think it is difficult because LGBT, well, advocates of sexual rights and reproductive rights of these populations are target of violence, and we have to guarantee the protection of those advocates of human rights. But on the one hand, we have to continue with activism and reincidence of those multilateral spaces where we talk about those topics. And on the other hand, from SIEM, we have to create increasingly more dialogue instances with the movements, feminist movements, that I share your concern that there's still resistance in that movement about the inclusion of women from multiple diversities, in particular from trans women. I think we have to move on with activism, and we have to move on generating these dialogue spaces and visibility and visualization spaces.
Thank you.
Oportunidad. Se me ocurren muchas preguntas. Me llamo Marcela Leroy, soy abogada.
Questions come to my mind. I am Marcela Leroy. I am an attorney. I work in the Catholic University of Valparaiso in juridic line and advisory. I have two very brief questions. One perhaps related to what the last participant asked. The first coordinator panel talked about the importance of the interconnected priorities. From that standpoint, what work could be done from the educational world, because the law arrived when facts have happened, at least in our country. The prevention policy is not well embedded. If you could link a little bit that topic with the education work that comes earlier. The other is when I was listening to you, in particular commenting about the integration, the Inter-American Commission in Chile. In many places, there's a long time between the complaint or the claim, the resolution, and the compliance. Any proposal putting some shorter term, because some kind of punish, because those 20 years is violence too. Those are my questions. So thank you for your answer or opinions.
Totalmente de acuerdo sobre la educación. Ha sido
completely agree on education. It's been a particularly reluctant area lately, the introduction of the gender approach in education, particularly primary education. We have seen many manifestations in many countries across the region about proposal reforms of the school curriculum to include concepts of gender and intersectionality. Again, we are taking myth on what does that mean, trying to counteract the disinformation around what is gender approach and what's the intersectional approach. But I agree that education is absolutely key in terms of prevention in particular. Your question about the time lapse.
más recursos, ¿no?
more
Sí, más
resources,
presupuesto, más
more
personas,
budget,
más
more people,
instancias
more
receptoras, y
instances,
eso, o sea,
more
particularmente en ese
receivers.
momento
In
como de
particular,
crisis
of that
económica
moment of
global, post-pandemia,
global
etcétera,
economic
el pedir a
crisis
los
after
estados
pandemic,
que
asking
dedican más
governments
recursos a
to put
todo
more resources for
es un
anything,
número,
it's like,
o sea,
I don't know.
la CEDAW se adoptó en el
The
79, la Convención
CDAO
de
was
Berlín se
adopted
adoptó en el
in
94, o sea, no es
1979.
un
The
problema
convention
reciente
was
que
adopted
recién
in
estamos pidiendo esos
1994. This is
recursos a
not
los
a
estados, es
recent
un
problem, and
reclamo que
we are
llevamos
just asking for
40
those
años,
resources to
¿no?
the
Pidiendo
states.
más recursos
We
para
are
la igualdad de
for
las
40 years
mujeres y
asking more
ya es
resources for
hora,
equality
pero
of women. It is time, of course,
también
but
el fortalecimiento de los datos,
strengthening
¿no? Del sistema de
data, the
justicia
justice
en términos
system
de,
in
o sea, de qué
terms
pasa
of
con las denuncias
what's
que son
going on with the
presentadas, es una
claims
mayor
that
transparencia
are
en
filed.
términos
It
del
is more
destino de todas esas
transparency in
denuncias, creo que
terms of the
ayudaría por lo
destination of
menos a
all those
esclarecer
claims.
dónde
It
están
would
los
help to
bloqueos
clarify
específicos,
where are
¿no? O
the
sea,
specific
qué está haciendo
barriers, what's
que esas mujeres
making
que
those
no presenten sus
women
denuncias para
not
empezar o
to
que
file the
abandonan
claims
sus
to just
denuncias
begin,
en el
or
transcurso del
those who
proceso, ¿no? O
resign
sea,
to their
ayudaría a
claims
identificar
in
mejor
the
los
process.
nudos
It would
críticos para
help to
resolver.
identify the critical barriers to resolve.
Thank you. I really wish we could take more questions, but we really do have another panel. I want to thank you all for your attention, for your integration, for your engagement, and I hope that you wish you all the best with your continued work. And hopefully this opportunity provided a window into the amount of work that still has to be done, despite the amount of good work that already has been done. Again, the good news is that people are here engaged and want to do the work. So thank you all.
Muchas gracias a nuestras
Thank you so
panelistas.
much to our experts.
Les pido por favor
And please,
a nuestros integrantes del siguiente panel que puedan
our
acompañar.
next experts, please,
Vamos a acomodar.
we will set
rápidamente.
things up.
Hasta ahora, si ustedes se fijan, el primer
And
panel
so
fue
far,
una
the
cosa más
first panel
conceptual.
of expert was
Estamos-
a little bit
¿de qué
more
estamos
conceptual.
hablando
What
cuando
are we
hablamos de
talking about when we talk
interseccionalidad?
about
Este segundo panel ha
intersectionality?
tratado, ¿cierto?,
The second
sobre
panel of
políticas
experts
específicas
talked
desde distintas
about
ópticas,
the different
desde el punto de
policies
vista
among
de
different
organismos
optics
internacionales y
on different
multilaterales.
international organisms
Y
and
el tercer
multilateral
panel,
organisms.
ya
And the
con
third
la
one,
lógica con que fue
following the
diseñado
logic with which
este
it was
evento,
designed,
tiene que ver con experiencias
we are
específicas
going to
en
talk about some
distintos países
specific
de la región
experiences in some
respecto a
countries of the
avances o
region,
buenas prácticas que se han
especially
estado
regarding
realizando
progress
para
and
abordar
best
estas
practices to
problemáticas.
address these particular
Entonces, este
topics.
panel tratará sobre
So,
los mayores
this
logros
panel
y
of
desafíos
experts
en
will
hacer un
address
acercamiento
the most
interseccional
important
para
achievements
lograr
when
la
it comes to
eliminación de la
having
discriminación de
this
género en
intersectional
el acceso
approach
a
and
la
in order to
justicia
achieve
en diversos países.
the elimination of gender discrimination
Este panel
in justice
será
access.
moderado
So
nuevamente
this panel
por
of experts will be
Caroline
moderated once
Bettinger
again by
López,
Caroline Bettinger
que
Lopez,
nos acompaña.
who is here with us.
Y bueno, y vamos a tener tres
And we will have
panelistas, doña
three
Sara
panel of
Castillo
experts,
Vargas,
Mrs. Sara Castillo
Rica,
Varga from Costa Rica,
Carlos Mora
Mr. Carlos Morajano,
Público
Public
Nacional de
Defender
Chile, y
of
Joana
Chile,
Delgado, viceministra para la
and
Promoción de Justicia
Joana Delgado
del Ministerio de Justicia
from
de Colombia. Entonces,
Colombia.
por favor,
So,
Caroline.
Caroline, please.
Un momentito. Okay. Hola de nuevo.
Hello again.
Iniciamos la
So
tercera
let's
panel.
start the third panel of experts.
Bueno, lo siento.
I'm sorry for my Spanish.
Este panel
And well,
tratará
this panel of
sobre los
experts
mayores
will be
logros y
about
desafíos
the
en
most
hacer
important
un
achievements and
acercamiento
challenges in
interseccional
taking an
para
intersectional
lograr
approach
la
to achieving the
eliminación de la
elimination of gender
discriminación de
discrimination
género
in
y
access
el
to
acceso
justice
a la
in various
justicia en diversos
countries.
países. Entonces, como ya dije,
So, as I said before,
estamos filtrando
we are
de
actually
lo más general
going as a bottleneck. We are
experiencias más
reaching now
concretas.
some more specific
Y
experiences.
me alegro
And
introducirles
I
a
would like to
las
introduce
panelistas.
our experts for this
Bueno,
panel.
en tema número
And
uno,
the first topic,
Sara Castillo
we have Sara Castillo Vargas,
va a hablar sobre un modelo
and
de actuación
we will talk
para
about
orientar, asistir
guiding
y
method
proteger a las
to
mujeres
assist women
emigrantes,
and migrant
transfronterizadas y
women that
refugiadas
move across the border, for
que son
example,
víctimas de
that
violencia
suffer
en el
violence
cantón de Upala,
in the
Costa
Upala
Rica.
Canton in Costa Rica.
Sara es la
And
directora
Sarah, she's the
ejecutiva
executive
de la
director
Comisión
of the
Nacional
National
para
Commission
el
for the
Mejoramiento
Improvement
de la
of
Administración
Justice
de la
Management,
Justicia, con AMASH,
Mash in Spanish, specifically from Costa Rica. And as part of the work in this field, she is being responsible for the citizen participation program on the legal system in Costa Rica and also the implementation of citizen participation of the same judiciary power. And she's also been in charge of implementing the open justice policies in Costa Rica. And in 2016, she led a working group on Ibero-American justice under the framework of the Ibero-American Justice Summit. Before that, she was part of the Supreme Court of Costa Rica, and she's also a member of the Superior Council of the Judicial Power of Costa Rica, and she also represented the different lawyers that do not work in the area of justice, specifically in the international area. She's been a consultant on the OAS and also an advisor of the United Nations, among other international agreements in Africa and Latin America. So, Sarah, welcome. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be here in front of this audience. Thank you so much, Ceja, for allowing me to be here and for inviting me actually to share my experience and to share this very interesting experience as well on some particular case, specifically regarding the violation of human rights in gender affairs. And we're talking about some severe neglect activities, especially when it comes to protecting migrant women and also refugee women in a very specific point in the rural area of Costa Rica. And that's what I'm going to address today for a couple of minutes. So I wanted to start by sharing with you Yadira's story. And Yadira's story is real, but there are plenty of Yadiras. And my country limits in the north with Nicaragua, and now we will see a map of this area, and the Upala area where this happened is right there in the border. People who live in Upala, such as Yadira, for example, it's a very tropical area full of green. It rains a lot, of course. We're talking about the rainforest, the deep rainforest. So people there live in very poor conditions. They live in huts, sometimes made of cans, for example, a little bit of wood, but they are not even closed spaces. And houses usually are apart from each other. And people actually are very far away from Managua and San Jose, which are the most important cities. So they are also far away from the services of every single institution. However, there are even more services from the Costa Rican side. So people live in Nicaragua and they just walk across the border so that children go to school or to go to the hospital or maybe to follow or to look for justice services. And Yadira, this particular case is one of the cases that actually justified the generation of this model. She lives in the north. She lives in Nicaragua. She is a farmer, very, very poor. And they don't even have drinking water, for example. And they have cell phones, but she lives with her children, and she just sells things across the border, beans and cheese, stuff like that. The same thing with her husband. And we were working on this. I asked them, who is a migrant here? And nobody raised their hands because people who live there are not migrants. They just live there. They are cross-borderers. They live there. They've always been there. So that's how the model starts in order to understand the necessities of these women. And such as Yadira, they suffer domestic violence because there is a culture behind all of this, a culture that affects women. So this is a project. I will skip this very fast, but this is a project funded by Eurosocial, and the legal power of Costa Rica has an access to justice for refugees and migrants, and within this process, I'd like to talk about this, especially regarding the other panel of experts, because we need these policies, because the policies mention that no one, independently from their migration status, should be denied justice service. And then we go a little bit deeper when we talk about policies, and we said independently from documentation. Okay, this is independent from documentation because we were rejecting people and users that arrived, and we were rejecting them because they didn't have a passport or because they crossed regularly the border. So within this framework, this model started, and this is a model. This is an alliance, a three-party alliance, and I think this is very important to mention. And this is a three-party between the justice system, the municipality, when we have the local affairs, and also a civil society organization focused on migrant women. So I'd like to highlight the importance of this collaborative and articulated work. On the screen, you can see the map of Costa Rica. What you can see there in the start, that's Upala, and this is a very rural area, usually with a farming activity. So we have a diagnosis that shows us what we've talked this morning, especially regarding the main differences, but also the most important vulnerabilities that are common among the different migrant women's, and usually is that they do not self-acknowledge a violent situation. They just said, it's always been like that. Nothing has happened. And at the same time, there is an economic dependency. Sometimes it is regularized, and usually the man does it. Men may be irregular, but women remain irregular. And there is fear. They are afraid of being sanctioned in this particular point, and we also should address the poverty condition. And at the same time, most women arrive at the justice system, and technical lingo, prejudice, among other things, also affect them. So the project was proposed to improve the access to justice for these particular women. They are the most important victims of violence. And when we started working, not even cross-borderers were affected, but also nationals were affected. This is a problem that affects the whole community, the whole community of women that live in that area. So this was a very interesting process, and that's something I'd like to highlight. It was a participative process, and I think it's very important to mention that for any kind of model elaboration, something very important is participation. We need to co-create. We shouldn't build these projects from a desk. So on the screen, you can see the different steps we followed: consultation, diagnosis, agreements amongst institutions, so that we can actually generate the model. And this model is a coordination and articulation model, so that we can work in a comprehensive way, so that we can work in a coordinated way, and also we can work in a dialogic way, sensitive to the context, because the context is extremely important in this particular area. And this is a great practice that has been working and has been part of other areas. And what does this model consist of? I will mention the most important elements. When we run the diagnosis, we notice that we need to address 5 big areas, and these are the areas of the model. First of all, to improve and to work in networks. We needed networking between the different institutions, and at the same time, we required some attention guidelines. Every single institution needed to know what the other institutions did. And something very innovative about this process is the women device element. these are women who are trained to accompany and help other women. We also have a permanent attention center. We didn't have a physical place. So, for example, the women ran away and we didn't know where she was going to spend the night, for example. So we created some specific place for them and also some violent specific center. And here I will ask Sandra, please, to jump around with the following slides because I won't I don't want to take more time, but basically, networking among institutions and the attention guidelines, the device that I mentioned, and maybe regarding the women promoting network or the house, actually the treating center. We didn't have a house, and this is a very remote area. So the municipality made a huge investment. They committed to this. The mayor of that time committed to this project, and he gave us a house. That's the house. You can see it on the screen, and that house was painted by a local artist, and he actually generated the slides as well. We can see that we have a woman very close to nature. We have coconuts, we have cacao, and this is a naked woman that also protects herself, but is very strong. And as a complement of this, we generated some guidelines of the house. We made some replication, and this is something that I will ask you to look for because this model could be replicated in other areas as well, especially regarding the methodology and the way it was built, and also a communication strategy because in these particular conditions or areas, a WhatsApp communication or, for example, an Instagram post won't be that useful. So we needed to work with people, and they actually told us how would they want to be informed about what was going on in this area, and very interesting thing happened. So the model is 8 years old now. It has been reassessed, and lots of things need to change. Of course, they haven't changed. One of those things and one of the saddest things is that the socioeconomical situation of the area is still very, very bad. We have a lack of resources from different institutions, and we also have different conditions of people, but I can tell you that Yadira and other women who live in Upala have a place to live right now, and they are actually receiving a very timely attention. And currently, the police is working clearly on this. They are helping us when it comes to claiming, and they are also receiving some protection measures in a timely manner as well. And at the same time, they are supported by the promoting women networking. They accompanied them during the event, but they also make some follow-ups. And with this, I'm concluding. Let me tell you that the model is 8 years old. It's been reviewed, of course, it's been assessed. I've just received a report about the diagnosis, and let me tell you that from the public institutions, we haven't had a huge commitment with the model, but something important to highlight is that the one that is actually working on this model is the civil society, the house, and women networks. So these also tell us a lot. That's where we need to allocate resources and we need to strengthen our alliances. Thank you very much.
Muy interesante y
very, very
gracias
interesting, and
Sara
thank you
por
so much, Sara, for
aterrizarnos,
updating us
la discusión
and to have
en
this
la
discussion with us
realidad
as
de
well, especially regarding the
Yadira.
reality of Yadira.
Bueno,
And well,
ahora
now
tenemos
we
Carlos
have Carlos
Morajano,
Morajano.
defensor
He's a
público,
public defender,
nacional
the
de
National
Chile.
Public Defender of Chile.
Carlos va a
And
hablar
Carlos will
sobre
talk
el
about
protocolo de
the
atención a mujeres
attention protocol
indígenas
to indigenous
extranjeras
foreign
privadas
women
de libertad.
who are in prison. And
Previo a su ingreso como
before
abogado
becoming
de
a lawyer,
RCCZ,
on RCC. She had different public activities where we can see that he actually became famous because of his work as a public defender of the criminal public defensory of Villarrica. She is a lawyer from the crime defensory study area, and she's also a leading lawyer from this area. She's also the national chief of the study department of the penal defensory area. She's the chief lawyer of
Jefe de Unidad de Estudios Región Metropolitana Norte y Defensor Regional Metropolitano Norte. Entonces,
and the
Carlos,
regional director as well. So Carla has lots of experience. Those are very, very important in order to work on this area. And finally, it is worth saying that it should be noted that he's the author of the book El Control de las Medidas Intrusivas en el proceso penal chileno. So welcome, Carlos. Thanks so much. Well, thank you, Ceja, for this invitation. And it is a great honor to me to be here, blessed among women. And I'll try to explain how, as an institution, we've been working, especially regarding everything that has to do with gender. And before that, I'd like to mention that as public servants, we need to avoid discrimination. And during this time, we've noticed that women are usually discriminated whenever they are in prison. In all areas, by the way, okay, in all areas. And we've been concerned about this specifically since 2002, 2003. That time, we noticed that we needed to have some specific defender offices. That's why we have people allocated in that area, especially regarding gender. And criminology indicates that imprisonment, female imprisonment, produces some differences. There is a family abandonment, there is a psychological abandonment, and this is usually worse for indigenous migrant women. Let me give you some data. From 100% of indigenous, no, actually no, from the 100% people that we treat, 5.3% are foreigners. And out of that 5.3%, 15.1% are in prison. Unlike Chileans, only 8.9% of them are in prison. So it's twice as much. And if to this we add that 15.1% in prison, they spent in jail for more than 3 months, unlike in the case of Chileans, and they spent 1 to 3 months in prison. So with this, we already have some pieces of information, and we can see that there is a sort of discrimination no matter what, okay? And having said this, we are worried from the institution to have a specific department of human rights, and also we have a specialized people that have addressed this area, and we've managed to publish 10 bulletins on gender, and at the same time, we have someone in charge of gender who is joining me, by the way, Claudia Castelletti. She's the expert here. She's been working on this, and probably you know them already. And in order to have a greater defense, we work with Eurosocial, and they help us to generate a protocol for indigenous foreigner women. And what is this protocol for? To improve the quality of attention and at the same time to improve the quality of their imprisonment, and this was made in 2015. With this particular protocol, we managed to run some diagnosis, and the results say that they suffer an institutional violence. So how is this translated? Well, first of all, there's no translator. So let's imagine this. On a hearing, or an imprisonment hearing, someone is right there, he's detained in another country, she's an indigenous person, female, and she doesn't know what's going on. She has no idea. So now we are worried about that. And aside from working on their identity, for example, her hair, her dressing, and Chile is different, okay? And their cultures are different as well. So what did we do? We did this with intercultural facilitators. These are people from the same ethnicity that help us and they provide the communication. So that's why nowadays we have a specialized defense thanks to this particular protocol, especially in the regions of Arica and Tarapacá, and if I'm not mistaken, in Antofagasta. And they are highly trained, and these are the people that help us to make the visits, that help us to do different things, and we also have different communication with embassies, and at the same time to have some anthropological expert analysis. And all of these things aim at doing a better job. And aside from that, and let me clarify this because I will lose this idea, it's very important to highlight that aside from all of the work that we can do as public defender offices, if we do not have a comprehensive work between the justice minister, for example, the public ministry, and the judicial power, we will be lacking some things. We need to make this visible. That's why these congresses and seminars are so important, because everything we do, yes, we are congratulated, of course. You will say, great, the public defender is doing a great job. But it's hard, of course. And it is hard because if the other institutions do not do it, well, we're always going with baby steps ahead. And the other important thing of this protocol is that it has given us the opportunity to make indigenous people and foreigner people more visible in the criminal system. And this is also very important so that we can work in public policies. And the most important thing is that we've managed to improve the quality of our interviews with people in prison. And having said that, it is important to say that all of this progress, well, we have some setbacks, of course, such as COVID-19 pandemic. In this case, people remained in prison for longer than necessary. And nowadays we have the law 21-365 of Foreign Affairs, and it modifies item number 1 of Article 34 of the law 18-622 regarding some specific sentences on drug trafficking. So we don't have some specific sentences nowadays, and because of this, now we have more people in prison rather than preventive measures. And luckily, the Ministry of Justice is working on this, and they are trying to modify this particular law, and we are happy because of that. And I want to mention also what has been mentioned by the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, because they stated an area regarding some specific groups of people imprisoned. And this has two very interesting points. It has a huge text, but there are very two important points for us. First one is that prison does not solve or will solve the problems of public safety. Only the specific policy that can work on the deep problems of society will help to reduce crime rates and to build a better society. And of course, the vulneration of rights within jails and the vulnerability of people in prison is not the same everywhere. That's why the situation of female indigenous women is even more delicate. And this is something that we agree upon, share these ideas, and with witnesses the discrimination of people, especially the discrimination of people against women. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Carlos, and muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so much, Carlos, for your intervention. It was very, very interesting and also very important. And now we have Joana Alexandra Delgado Gaitán.
la viceministra de
She's the
Promoción
Vice
de la
Minister
Justicia
of Promotion
en el
of
Ministerio de
Justice in the
Justicia
Ministry
y
of
de
Justice
Derecho
and
en
Law
Colombia.
of Colombia.
Ella va a hablar
She will
sobre el
talk
protocolo
about the
para el
protocol
acceso a
for
las
rural
mujeres
women's
rurales a la
access
justicia y
to
la tierra.
justice and land.
Joana es
So
abogada de la
Joanna is a
Universidad
lawyer from the
Externado
External
de
University
Colombia,
of Colombia.
especialista
She's a
en estudios
specialist
de
in public
administración
administration
pública,
studies.
doctorada en
She's a
Derecho Público
PhD
y
in public
profesora
law from the
invitada
University of
a
Bologna,
las
and she's a visiting
universidades de
professor at the
Bolonia,
universities of Bologna,
Alicante y
Alicante,
Santiago
and
de
Santiago de Compostela
Compostela.
in Spain.
Entre
Between
2014 y
2014 and
2020
2020,
fue
she was
magistrada
assistant magistrate
auxiliar de la
of the
sección
third
tercera
section
del
of the Council
Consejo de
of
Estado.
State.
Es autora de
She's the
varios
author of
artículos y
several
obras
articles and works
de derecho
on public
público.
law.
Desde
And
2007
since
es docente
2007, she's
investigadora
been a
del
research
Departamento
professor
de
at the
Derecho
Department of Constitutional
Constitucional
Law
de la
of
Universidad
the
Externado
Universidad
de
Externado de Colombia,
Colombia y
and
dirige
she
a la
directs
línea de
the research
investigación
light
sobre
on the
derecho
right
a
to
la vivienda
decent
digna.
housing.
Ha sido
She's
abogada,
been a lawyer,
asesora y
advisor,
consultora
and
del sector
consultant
público
to the public
y
and private
privado
sector
en temas
on issues
relacionados con
related
derecho
to
constitucional,
constitutional,
urbano, desarrollo
urban, territorial
territorial
development,
y
and
administrativo.
administrative
También
rights.
fue decana
She was
encargada de la
also a
Facultad de
dean in
Derecho
charge
de la
of the
Universidad
Faculty of
Externado de
Law of
Colombia.
the Universidad
Bienvenida,
Externado Colombia.
Joana.
So welcome, Joanna. Thank you
Quiero
so much.
empezar
And
dando las
I'd like to
gracias
start
tanto a
by
CEJA como
thanking
al
both
gobierno de Chile
CEJA
por
and the
esta
Chilean
amable
government for
invitación,
this kind
por la
invitation,
cálida
for the
acogida
warm welcoming
desde nuestra
since
llegada
we
a
arrived
Santiago y
Santiago.
claramente también
And clearly,
traigo
here
conmigo un
with me, I
mensaje
have a
tanto del
message
presidente Gustavo Petro
from
Urrego
my
como de la
president, Gustavo Petro
viceministra
Urrego, and the
Francia
vice minister,
Márquez,
Francia Marquez,
que en materia
and
de
a
igualdad, de
message regarding
construcción de
equality
una
and regarding
nueva
the construction
dialéctica
of a
de
new dialogue
protección
that
frente a las
protects
mujeres y la lucha
women
contra la discriminación,
and
pues
that
también
is based on the struggle, on the
pues yo
fight
vengo en
against
representación
discrimination.
claramente
So I'm
desde el
representative
gobierno de mi
these
país.
ideas, and I'm
Como
representing
ustedes
the
saben,
government of my
estamos en
country.
un
And as
cambio
we know, we
de
are in the
gobiernos,
middle
acabamos
of
de
a
llegar,
government
estamos muy
change, a change
ilusionados
of
y
administration. We have
estamos,
a lot
como
of
dijo
dreams. We
Terry en el
want to
panel
work,
anterior,
and
comprometidos.
as
Lo
has
más
been mentioned
importante
before, we
es
are
que todos
committed
los
to
que nos
this.
encontramos aquí
All of us right
reunidos,
here, we
directa o
are all committed
indirectamente,
one
ya
way
sea
or
porque
another,
hemos sido
whether because
afectados o
we've been
porque lo hemos
affected
estudiado
or
durante mucho
because we've
tiempo,
studied this for a long, long time.
creemos
And
en
we
que
all
para
believe
lograr la
that
equidad
in
y la
order to
transformación
achieve
social,
equity
pues
and social
necesitamos
transformation,
volver a
we need to
pensar
go back
cómo nos
and we
vemos
need to
frente
know
a
how we
estas
see ourselves
problemáticas
regarding
que
these
en efecto
particular
no son
problems
fáciles,
that are not
pero que la
easy to solve.
complejidad no nos
But in the
impida
middle of this
también
complexity, of
hacer las
course,
apuestas
this can help us
institucionales, políticas,
to have
jurídicas
some
y
specific
sociales que necesitamos.
policies that we need to
Entonces,
address.
luego
So
de dar las gracias,
after that,
pues ya y entrando en
now
materia
now
para
we
no
can go
abusar
into
tampoco
business so
de
that
su
we
tiempo.
do not use more
El
time than needed.
tema que he decidido
The
compartir con
specific
ustedes
topic
pues
that I'd
está
like to talk to
relacionado
you
con
is the
la mujer
one
rural,
that
violencias y acceso a la
has to
justicia.
do with
En
the
efecto,
rural
desde
access
la
of women to
Constitución del
justice.
91
Since
nosotros
the 91
hablamos de
Constitution,
la
we've been talking
materialización de
about the
la cláusula de
materialization
igualdad.
of the equality clause.
Hablamos
And we are
efectivamente que la
talking
igualdad no
about the
puede ser
fact that
solamente
equality should
formal,
not just
sino que
be
debe
written on
ser una
paper, but
igualdad
actually
material o
should be
sustancial,
on
como
the
nos hablaba
practice,
esta mañana
okay? Should be
Roxana en el
real,
primer
as
panel.
we mentioned,
Eso no ha
as
sido tan
Roxana mentioned in
fácil,
the first panel of
digamos que desde el
experts.
punto de vista
This is
teórico
not
y yo que
easy,
lo
of
he
course,
visto
from the
desde la
theoretical point
academia,
of view. I've
nosotros
studied
lo
this,
podemos como
and we can
explicar y dar
explain
los
this, we can
elementos
show you
y
the
volver y
elements, we
hablar
can
con
talk
todo,
about
como
this
nosotros
and
dialogamos
discuss
mucho
it.
con la Corte
And we
Constitucional,
dialogue
que
a lot with the
realmente es una
Constitutional
corte
Court,
muy
which is a
progresista,
very
desde el
progressive
91
court
se ha
since
encargado
1991.
de asimilar
Actually, they've been in
además
charge
un nuevo
of
lenguaje,
assimilated
de
a new
involucrarnos dentro de una
lingo,
óptica de
of involving
neoconstitucionalismo
us from
y
a
de
new
respeto del
constitutional
otro.
approach and
Sin
respecting
embargo, desde
other people.
la aplicación de las
However,
políticas públicas y
since
también
the
desde el
public
papel de los
application point of
jueces,
view and regarding
no
the role of
resulta tan
judges
fácil y
is not
evidente.
that easy and not
En
that
efecto,
evident.
yo estuve 8
Actually,
años años en el Consejo de
I worked
Estado
for 8 years on the
y
State Council, and
claramente, aunque
clearly,
teníamos una
even
comisión de
though we
género
had a
y
gender
aunque
commission,
ahora
and
damos
even
mucha más
though now we
relevancia
are putting
a
these
esas
things
posiciones, tenemos incluso un
into
premio para las
a more
sentencias
relevant
que
point,
abordan las materias
actually
desde una
we
visión de
award
género, pues
the sentences that approach the case with a gender perspective, we still have a lot to do. And we need to prepare the judges, not only those who are empathetic with this particular topic, but everyone. And this particular topic, well, I agree with the previous experts. This is not just about two models of justice systems. We need one justice system with a differentiation approach. And this is very complicated, especially when we lack resources, because whenever we want to do something, for example, we are a new administration and we have a huge list of things to do, analyzing every single possibility, we are full of energy, and then we see the reality and the policies that have already been implemented, and things cannot be done. So we are in the middle of this. We want to change things from the central government point of view, but there are lots of limitations, of course. So, in this huge challenge on rural women and what the vice minister has been doing, well, we are operating a constitutional mandate that was reinforced actually thanks to the generation of a law that acknowledges. Previous slide, please, Sandra. Yes.
De las mujeres rurales en
of rural women in Colombia, that it is recognized thanks to the implementation of different law that acknowledge rural women within the legal system. But we go back to the same thing. They are acknowledged by the regulation, but institutionally, administratively, even by the civil society, well, they do not recognize women. And in lots of cases, we can see that demanding or generating some routes of access to rural women in comparison to, well, in front of conflict situation, sometimes they say it's not that necessary. I actually went to the first debate on the rural jurisdiction generation within the Congress, and people were telling me that I wanted to put a problem within the Constitution of Colombia, a problem that is manipulating gender ideology, which is a sort of taboo topic. And whenever someone listens to the word gender, it's like I have some thunder, some homosexual thunder, and I'm trying to turn people around. But of course, this is not the case. It's what the public defender said, is to acknowledge difficulties that rural women have to access justice. And as we know, statistics say this, and we need to establish different routes so that we can so that they can actually make their rights effective. And this first image gives you a little bit of context on where rural women work. And here we can see that 4 out of 10 rural women live in poor conditions. And according to the National Department of Statistics, this poverty is multidimensional. So we are considering, for example, education, we are considering childhood protection, we are also considering housing conditions, public services access, and work and health, of course. So the gap, it's huge, is there. And one of the important phenomena that are very close to this context has to do with child or with adolescent pregnancy, which has to do with a percentage that is 4 times higher than in urban areas. And we've discussed the different causes, of course, because there's a lack of education, people are afraid, there are some, of course, established practices on the rural area because taking care of children is not a valid work that does not contribute to anything. So, for example, whenever a female gets or wants to get divorced, and whenever they go there and they start dividing the different goods, despite the fact that they are married, usually the man says that she hasn't done anything, she just takes care of kids, that she fed everyone, but that's not a work. Work is the ones that is paid, right, by working on the land, under the sunlight, but taking care of 5 children and feeding them is not a real job because she wasn't paid. So those are cultural phenomena that are rooted within our culture. So of course, if these kind of things do not change, if things do not change culturally, well, it'll be very hard. And this takes us to a situation of rural women that makes little girls become pregnant, which also relates to abusive acts that usually go from generation to generation. And little girls are not aware of the fact that this is actually wrong. And this is something very, very bad that we need to address. The occupation rate of rural women in comparison to men, well, of course, it's lower, but this is influenced by the fact that, well, people do not work the land, that they do not get paid. And since it is not their main activity, it doesn't count. Okay? So once again, it's very, very hard. And within the discussions I've had at the Congress, I was noticing this. I'm not saying, because in Colombia we have another problem, which is land uses, okay? We are working on a farming reform thanks to the peace agreement in 2016, and we haven't had a proper farming reform. So with these different changes, we are actually working on a comprehensive farming reform and another process which has to do with the total peace. So we're working on these three areas, and these three areas need to be communicated with each other, but in the end, it's not that hard. Changing this is not that hard, especially if we consider that right now we are the majority in the Congress because the national government won thanks to some specific agreement, the historical agreement, but this does not mean that those of us who are part of this agreement have the same political ideas. We have the Conservative Party, for example, we have the Green Party, we have the Liberal Party. We don't have the Democratic Center, but almost every single party is right there. So the stability is a political stability, but we don't know how long it's going to last. Okay, and it's not that easy to go to the Congress because the agreement, of course, is there. People will support us, but discussions are huge. So, lastly, this makes that rural conditions are usually assumed by men in comparison to what women do. We need to understand that men do not share roles. So clearly we can say that the context of rural women in Colombia is marked by violence and discrimination. And they are invisible citizens. We do not see them. Okay, they are right there in the norm, in the regulations, but we do not see them. And this is something that we are working on right now. The vice president is actually working on the generation of the Ministry of Equality, and we're working on this. We have so many ongoing bills that, well, are a work in progress. We haven't gone into much details, but we believe that this is an urgent matter. These are unpaid women. They just do it because they're taking care of their families, and there is a men-centered approach that limits participation, that limits their autonomy. They make decisions, of course, privately, but not publicly, and it is acknowledged that they are very well managers of the house resources, but whenever we go to rights, well, it's a whole different picture, and I think this is quite similar all over Latin America. And something else that is part of all of this, especially regarding everything in Colombia, is that we've had an armed conflict that has prevented us from talking on specific areas. And people have working on this, but actually they are talking about eliminating the other rather than eliminating the real problems. And rural women are also subject to this. It's not only that they are invisible, it's not only that they do not have the capacity to decide by themselves, but they are in the middle of crossfire by illegal mining, for example, by children who wanted to be taken by different guerrillas, drug dealing. So they are in the middle of all of these forms that even make conditions worse, and they discriminate them, and they are violent because of this. So the generational poverty is quite evident, of course, even though some people are still discussing that this is not the case, and this has to do with biased interest of gender ideology, but actually we have the data. So the context when it comes to access to land for rural women, well, this shows us that they are actually they are aware of the needs that they have in order to protect these activities. And this is one of the most challenging things because it's not that they are working the land to say that I'm a huge land owner. We're talking about 1 hectare, for example. They just want that piece of land to feed their families and to protect their families. Because when this happens or when females realize this, they are abandoned, okay? They usually the husband says, okay, if you are so empowered, okay, you go by your own, and that man just forgets about his children. And this is a vicious circle, of course. Whenever we notice that we have access to our rights, we lose even more opportunities. When you were talking, for example, from this point of view that we wanted to be understood and acknowledged, it's very, very hard to acknowledge ourselves within these differences. And sometimes within these differences, each of us is actually safeguarding that particular small scale that you are able to reach, and that because of that you make other problems invisible that are right there. And the same thing happens to the rural women. So land owning, access to machinery, public loans, because if you don't have a land, of course you won't be given a loan. And in Colombia it's quite common, and I think in most of capitalist societies, when you ask for a loan for a house, you're asked for the value of the house so that the bank can justify to be paid for this, and at the same time you have a mortgage and all of that. And of course, if I had that money, I would have asked for a mortgage. So, well, that's how things work. And for rural women, it's pretty much the same. And it's even a larger weight on their shoulders. And they are not able to have technical assistance because they don't have the time to train themselves because they're doing everything. And of course, we need to prepare them for to manage all of this in a more technical way, to have a better technical management of land. And at the same time, we need to consider these displacement policies. We also have these forced displacement issues, which is one of the most important problems in Colombia. I know that it does not only affect women, but also men and children. But right now, considering the new policies that we want to implement, thanks to the peace agreement, it's been very hard because some people have been displaced for more than 20 years. So if we take this general rule that displaced people are refugees because of the armed conflict, and that we should move them back to their original place, most of them do not want to go back because they were taken out from that place with a lot of violence. Their relatives were killed, for example, and that's a real issue. So now we go again to another problem. What do we think is the right of this particular person? And this has to do with the specific right. And this is where the regulation actually cannot be fully applied to reality. And the context of rural women when it comes to justice access refers to a lack of institutional manners, because the institution has to do with larger areas. We have the People's Defender, of course. We have lots of international cooperation, but it's not that big of an offer. Also, at the same time, we're working on different digital media. There are huge costs involved, and people do not know who rural women are. I mean, whenever we start planning, for example, it's very, very hard. And it has been mentioned here before. Sometimes it's very hard to acknowledge who rural women are, and even themselves have problem recognizing themselves to use the rights, or to have a right on some specific manners. And we also have regulations, of course, even though we're working on some new regulations, and we still need a real application implementation of some public policies, especially regarding a gender approach. So I think that's it. That's what I wanted to share with you. These are some of the issues I wanted to share. And as I said before, we are promoting this constitutional reform to generate this particular farming jurisdiction so that we can have some specific pathways with which females, with which women will have a differentiated access to justice. But as I said before, that's the first debate, and this was one of the points that people didn't agree upon. Actually, one senator from my region, a liberal senator, said, why? This is the question. Why I would give a better access to a woman in front of a farming man that was working the land? And I told him, when have I said that? I'm saying that females, because of their conditions, will be treated differently so that she can actually have access to justice. Because if I put lots of protocols and lots of things to do from the common system, well, she will take care of their children, she will go to work because she has to feed her children, and she won't go to justice. She will look for something similar to that. So we need to look for parallel ways so that people can look for justice while they're working. So that debate, I think, has been had. We haven't overcome that problem because if a representative from the liberal system says that, which are supposed to be progressive people, okay, so let's go home because they're not getting anything. Thank you so much.
Gracias, Johanna, por esa
Thank you,
intervención muy
Johanna, for that interesting
interesante
intervention
sobre la perspectiva
about
de
the
mujeres rurales.
perspective of rural women.
Ahora, bueno, estamos un poco
Now, well, we are a little bit delayed,
sí, pero
but
tenemos como 5 minutos
we
para
have 5 minutes for questions.
y mientras que ustedes están
Meantime,
pensando, yo
would like
yo
to
quiero destacar que
highlight
estamos hablando
we
sobre
are talking about the
las conexiones, bueno,
connections.
voy a hablar en inglés
I'm going
por
to
un
speak in
momento
English for a
para
while.
articularme. But we're talking about these interconnected priorities. This was a theme that came up this morning. Whether we're speaking about law or policy or data or connections with real, real people experiencing the effects of intersectional forms of discrimination. We're hearing about this in various contexts, and so for those of you who are, thinking about these questions from the perspective of lawmakers or the judiciary or lawyers or young police officers, I urge you to kind of always continue to think about the ways in which these questions are localized with the populations that you interact with, and then to think about solutions. You've heard about several different solutions here, places where people within government have thought creatively about ways to address intersectionality that is grounded in that lived experience. So I open the floor to questions. Yes.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I am Joaquin Saavedra. I am from the prosecutor office in Chile. I am member of a researcher of institutional violence from the High Complexity Prosecution Office for the western side of Santiago. My question is for Mr. Carlos Mora. It's related to the conclusion you reach in using this protocol you were talking about, that response or that makes the conclusion that there is institutional violence, in particular the case that you call so
sabe
that
o no tiene acceso en la
indigenous
práctica
people
a
or
traductores.
migrant
Y
people
me
don't know
lleva
or
al
they don't
punto
have
de
access
que
to
una gran
interpreters.
traba a la
And I
investigación, una
reached
gran
the
traba a
conclusion that a
resolver este
big barrier
conflicto, un
for
problema de
research, a
información.
big
Muchas veces
research to
la gente
resolve
no
these conflicts
tiene
of information,
conocimiento de que
many
tiene
times
ciertos
people
derechos
don't
o
have knowledge about the
naturaliza
rights or
muchos
they
comportamientos de los
naturalize
que son
many
parte o de los que son
behaviors they
objeto
are
de
part
parte
of or they are
de la
object by
institucionalidad
the
de la justicia.
institutionality
Por
of
ejemplo,
justice, for
mi
instance.
equipo se
For
dedica
instance,
a la
my team
investigación de
is
casos de
dedicated
violencia
to
institucional
research
que
cases of
derivan del estallido social
institutional
y muchas
violence
veces cuando
referred
reciben
from the
malos tratos
social
de
riot,
parte de
and many
organismos del
times when they
Estado,
receive
no
maltreatment
conocen de
by
que ciertos tratos no están
public
permitidos, de que
organizations, they don't
cierto
know
tipo de
certain treatment are not
violencia
allowed, that certain kind of
excesiva es
excessive
denunciable.
violence is
Entonces, eso es
could
una gran
be
traba. Y me
filed,
llega al
could be
punto de
claimed. That's a big
interseccionalidad
barrier,
cuando
and it
esto
takes
se
me to the
cruza
point
con
of
gente migrante,
intersectionality
esto se
when this
cruza con
is
gente extranjera o
crossed
indígena
with
que
migrant people, with
no tiene conocimiento
foreign
del
people or
nivel
indigenous people who don't know,
del
have the
evento
knowledge
normativo
of
del
the
Estado al que llegan y no saben
legislation
a qué tienen
of the
derecho
state
en
that arrive
definitiva.
to, and they don't
Entonces,
know they have a
la
right
pregunta ahora sí al
or
grano
rights at the
tiene
end
que
of the
ver
day.
con
Now,
cuáles son
straight to the point, my question, it is
las
related
medidas,
to
cuáles serían las buenas
which
prácticas
would be the
respecto a la
measures of good
información, respecto
practice
a la
related to
difusión de estos
information
derechos
regarding
para
spreading
evitar esta
these
brecha de
rights to
entrada.
avoid
Muchas
this
gracias.
entry gap? Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias por la pregunta.
Thank you very much for your question.
Claro,
Yeah,
nosotros llegamos al diagnóstico que más o
we
menos estamos
reach
de
the
acuerdo.
conclusions we more or less
Desde
agree
distintos puntos de
from
vista,
different
por supuesto,
standpoints, of
pero
course,
estamos de
but we
acuerdo.
agree on that.
Lo importante de
The
esto es que
important
intentamos
about this
relevarlo y
is
una
that
de las
we try
maneras que lo
to
hicimos a través de un
arise
proyecto
this.
que se
We
llama
try to show
CIRCAIM.
this.
No
And
sé si
one
usted
of
ha
the
escuchado
ways
hablar del
we
proyecto
did
CIRCAIM,
this
que
is
es un
through a project
sistema de
called CIRCAIV. I
atención,
don't know if you've
de
heard about the
registro, comunicación
CIRCAIV
y atención
project, that it is a
integral
record
de víctimas
communication
de
and
violencia
comprehensive
institucional. Es un
assistance
sistema que se
for
está
victims of
aplicando en
institutional violence.
Argentina,
This is a
Costa
system being
Rica y
applied in
Chile,
Argentina, Costa Rica, and
auspiciado con el
Chile,
apoyo
sponsored and
de
supported
Eurosocial. O
by
sea, ellos nos
Eurosocial.
capacitaron y
They
capacitaron a
trained us
todos
and
nuestros
they
abogados,
trained
sobre
all
todo
our attorneys,
penitenciarios, y
in
jefes de estudio para
particular
efectos de derribar
penitentiary
el problema
and
de la
chief of
violencia
studies,
institucional.
to
Ese
arise or
proyecto
to
hasta el
put on the
momento ha dado como
spotlight the
resultado
institutional violence issue. As of today, it
que hemos
has given
podido
results that
a
we've been able to
45
record
personas que han
45 people
sufrido de
who have
violencia
suffered
institucional de distintas
institutional
maneras.
violence in
No
different
tengo
ways.
acá el
I
dato
don't
con respecto
have
a
the hard
mujeres migrantes
data regarding
indígenas,
immigrant
pero sí te
and
puedo decir que
indigenous
la
women.
mayor violencia
But I could
institucional de
tell
personas
that
privadas
the
de libertad
biggest
tiene relación
institutional
con los
violence of
malos
imprisoned
tratos.
people is related to
En ese sentido,
maltreatment.
y lo que te quiero
In
dar
that sense,
por
and I would like to
estamos
give
trabajando en
examples, is
aquello
that
para
we are
lograr
working on
relevar
that
y
to
visibilizar el tema de la
visualize and
violencia
to put on
institucional.
the
Por otra
spotlight the
parte,
institutional
los
violence
diagnósticos
issue.
que
On the
llegamos
other hand,
efectivamente
the
es que no es
diagnosis we
solamente
reach is that, in fact,
un tema
not
que diga
only
relación
this is not
simplemente
only a topic
con el no
just
tener
related to
traductor,
not
sino que
having an
también
interpreter or
hay una
translator,
pérdida
but
de la
there
identidad
is a loss
cultural
of
para las
cultural
mujeres
identity for
migrantes
immigrant women,
y una
and
pérdida de
there is a
contacto con
loss
su
of
país
contact with their
y
countries
familia.
and
Para
families
aquello,
and relatives.
nosotros
For that,
firmamos hace
we
unas
signed
2 o 3 semanas
2
atrás
or 3
un
weeks ago
proyecto
a
con Gendarmería de
project
Chile,
with
en el cual se puso a
Chile and
disposición,
Gendarmerie.
si no me
We
equivoco,
put
entre
at
60 y 70
disposition among
computadores para que
between
estas
60
mujeres
and
tengan
70 computers for these women to
posibilidad de
have
acceder a
the
visitas
possibility to
virtuales con su
access to
familia en
virtual
sus
visit with
distintos
their
países
relatives in the
y
different
lo
countries of
hicimos
origins.
también
And we did
considerando
this
otras
to
defensorías
also
penales
taking
públicas
into
con
account
ese
other
apoyo.
prosecution
Cabe
offices
destacar también
with
que
that
logramos tener
support.
estos
It is worth
computadores
to know
también con
that we achieved
ayuda
having these
de
computers
entes
with
privados,
the
en este
support of
caso el
private
Banco Santander,
entities,
que
such
también
as
nos
in this
apoyó
case the
con
Santander
computadores,
Bank,
la Defensoría
who
Penal
also
Pública, y
supported
agradecer por
us with
supuesto
computers,
a
the
Gendarmería de Chile que
Public
siempre estuvo de
Defensory
acuerdo
Office, and
con este
also
proyecto.
Chilean
Eso,
Gendarmerie,
no
who
sé si
always agreed on
contesto
this
algo.
project. That's it. I
Gracias.
don't know if that answered partly your question.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon.
Soy la capitán Giselle
I am
Rico del
Captain
Departamento de
Giselle
Igualdad de
Ripo
Oportunidades de Carabineros
from
de
the
Chile.
Equality of
Y quería
Opportunities
hacerle una
Department of
consulta.
the
Nosotros como
Chilean
carabineros
Police
estamos
Forces.
trabajando con el
We,
frente
as
interno
police officers, were working
en la
with the
institución.
internal front in the
Entonces,
institution.
mi
Then,
pregunta
my
va
question
abocada a
is
si nosotros estamos
related to
trabajando con cambiar algunos
we are
reglamentos,
working to
algunas
change some
circulares
regulations,
y hacer
some
protocolos.
internal memos, and
¿Existiría
to
la
develop
posibilidad de que
protocols. Is
nos
there
asesoraran,
any
por ejemplo, la
possibility to
ONU
receive
Mujeres o alguna otra
advisory
institución con respecto a
from
eso?
UN Women or
Caroline?
any other institution regarding that? Caroline, that question is for you.
Okay. I will say a few words, and I'd also like to turn it the floor back to Jenna from panel 1 because she has some additions that she would like to add as well. From the United States perspective, there is a guidance, which is like a document that came from the U.S. Department of Justice that addresses gender bias in police response to domestic violence and sexual assault that I commend to you that I think would be very interesting. This guidance was developed in 2015 by the U.S. Department of Justice, and it lays out 8 different principles that law enforcement officers can use to improve police response in the area of gender-based violence. And then it was just recently updated just a few months ago to really embrace an intersectional perspective. So it's exactly about the questions of intersectionality as they relate to police response to domestic violence or intimate partner violence and sexual assault. So I can share that link with Seha, and they can share it with all of the participants. That's a document from the United States. And then I know, and again, I don't work for the United Nations, but I know that UN Women did just put out a major protocol on gender responsive policing. And I commend that to you as well, that you may want to look at that. There's a large report all about gender responsive policing practices. So I'd like to maybe turn it to Jenna Harbury. Sorry, I may have butchered your name just now, but Jenna from panel 1, who has some additions as well.
Thanks so much. It's been really fascinating to listen. Though I wish I was there. I wanted to just add that in the context of Canada, there's a couple of good resources to look at there. Canada has a gender results framework and also has within that, basically any program or policy has to have gender analysis done to it or with it. And I think that's interesting because also policymakers have to have gender-based training through Canada's GBA Plus system. So because of this, it's becoming more prevalent throughout all of the systems and in the government. Intersectionality hasn't yet found its way into every domain of law, for example, but it has into some areas. We've seen it in human rights law at the federal level, as well as at the Ontario, one of the provinces levels as well. And there's some excellent guidance about this and framing around this that is being developed. We've also seen it in immigration law, and in Canada, there's been a move also in criminal law, particularly around Indigenous populations and Indigenous women. And so we're seeing quite a shift, I think, underway in immigration law. We've seen it in a few important areas, and Canada's long had gendered persecution guidelines, which recognizes sexual orientation, gender identity, and directly addresses intersectionality as well. I'm happy to share links of those as materials that can direct people to those. There's also some excellent guidance in some of those documents for more sort of frontline in terms of thinking about policing, for example. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenna. I think maybe we have time for one last question. Anybody on this side of the room? Anyone?
¿Alguna otra pregunta? ¿Qué dice el público?
Any other question? What does the audience say? Yeah?
Okay, well, please join me in thanking our panelists. This has been a fascinating panel. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos todas las experiencias que nos han podido brindar.
All the experiences you could bring into this panel, very interesting.
Antes de finalizar,
before wrapping up,
comentar que hay una
I'd like to tell that there's a survey
respecto a este evento
regarding this event.
que entiendo le fue enviada por
As
correo.
far as I understand, it was sent by
Sandra,
email.
¿podemos proyectar
Sandra, could we project the QR code? There's a QR code.
lo pueden pasar por su
You
teléfono
please
y
can
contestarnos
scan
las
it
respuestas. Así
in
les
your cell
agradeceríamos
phones
mucho,
and you may
así nos
answer the
sirve
survey.
obviamente para mejorar.
We
Bueno,
would
y
really
para
appreciate
terminar,
that
quiero
and it
dejar con
helps us to
ustedes
improve.
a nuestra
To
directora
wrap up, I
ejecutiva,
would like to
quien
leave the
desde
floor
enero de
to
este
our
año ha
executive
asumido
director who has
la
assumed
conducción
since
del Centro
January
de
this
Justicia de
year
las
the
Américas, la
steering
doctora
of
Natalie
the
Ponce. Por
Center of
favor.
Justice, the JSCA. Dr. Natalie Ponce, please.
Buenas tardes a todas, todos
Good afternoon,
ustedes.
everyone.
Estamos cerrando una
We are
jornada
wrapping up
corta en tiempo,
a
pero
short
muy rica
journey
en
in
términos
time, but very
de lo que
rich
nos
in
propusimos
terms
como
of
el
what
Centro
we
de Estudios de
proposed at
Justicia de las Américas.
GCSA.
Nosotros somos un organismo
We are an
internacional
international
que tenemos sede en Chile
organization
desde hace 23
with
años,
a
creado por la OEA.
branch in
Y
Chile since
tenemos,
23
en primer
years,
lugar,
created by
la firme
OAS. And
convicción
first of all, we got
de un
the
desarrollo
strong
democrático sano y
conviction that
vital
a
como se
healthy
requiere
and
en América
vital
Latina y el
democratic
Caribe,
development as
no solo
required in Latin
requiere,
America
no
and the
solo
Caribbean
exige
not
procesos
only
políticos
requires and
electorales
demands
con una amplia
political and
participación y
electoral
mecanismos de
processes with
transparencia,
wide
sino que
participation and
para lograr
transparency
una
mechanisms,
democracia
but to achieve
vigorosa
a
y
vigorous and
consolidada en nuestras
consolidated
Américas,
democracy across the
requerimos
Americas,
generar
we
más
require
igualdad
to
en el
generate more
acceso a los derechos
equality
para
in
todas
access
las
to
personas.
rights for every
Y
people.
particularmente
In
para, como hemos
particular,
visto hoy
to,
día,
as we've seen
aquellas
today, for those
personas que por
people
causas
who, because of
históricas,
historic,
estructurales y
structural
agravadas por la coyuntura que
causes
acabamos de
and
atravesar, como ha sido la
severe
pandemia, se
for
encuentran
the
con
fast we have
graves
just gone through
brechas
as the
en
pandemics,
términos de igualdad y de
face
acceso.
severe
Personas
gaps
que
in terms of
tradicionalmente,
equality
como
and
las
access. People
mayorías
who traditionally, such as
afrodescendientes en nuestras
Afro-descendant
Américas, no
minorities in
logran
the
a
Americas
través de generación
cannot,
y
after
generación
generation after
acceder
generation,
a
cannot
igualdad en
access to
condiciones de igualdad
equality
en
in
términos de igualdad
conditions
y oportunidades.
and equal
Desde
opportunities.
esa perspectiva,
From
a
this
través de este
perspective,
evento,
through this event,
específicamente dirigido a
specifically
conversar y a
target to
dialogar en
talk
materia
about
de
and
enfoque
have a dialogue
interseccional en
in
el acceso a
terms
la
of
justicia,
intersectional
hemos querido
approach in
contribuir
access to justice.
a
We wanted to
una
make a
reflexión de
contribution
alta
to a
calidad,
high
como hemos
quality
visto a través de
reflection as
nuestras
we've seen
expositoras,
through
nuestros
our
expositores,
lecturers and
en términos de
panelists
generar una
in terms
profunda
of
reflexión
generating a
en este
deep
ámbito y sobre
reflection
todo
in this
generar
regard,
una
and in particular
sensibilización y
creating
una
awareness
disposición
and
para
creating
producir
willingness
cambios
to
concretos que
produce
beneficien
concrete
a estas
changes in
personas en
benefit
situación de
of these
vulnerabilidad.
people under vulnerability
Cada
situation.
uno de ustedes ha recibido
Each of
este
you
fact sheet
have
en
received
sus
this fact
carpetas
sheet on
y
your
este es un
folders,
plan
and this is a
estratégico que
strategic
iniciamos
plan we started
participativamente
in a
a través de
cooperative
un proceso
manner
participativo de
through
construcción
a
este año.
cooperative process of building
Y
this
como
year.
ustedes pueden ver,
As you can
uno de
see,
los ámbitos que abarca
one
este nuevo
of
plan
the
estratégico
scopes
que se
that
nutrió, valga la
encompass
redundancia,
this
a
strategic plan
través de
that was
aportes de
nurtured
diferentes
by
autoridades y operadores.
contributions by
Como ustedes pueden
different
ver, el primer
contributions
tema
by different
prioritario que
authorities and
vamos a
operators.
trabajar
As you
y
can
que ya
see,
estamos
the first
trabajando desde este
priority
año
topic
hasta el
we're
año
going to work on,
2026,
and we are
se
already
refiere a las
working since
mujeres
this
y
year till
personas en situación de
2026, it
vulnerabilidad,
refers
a
to
fin de
people
aportar a
and
la
women in vulnerability
visibilización
situation,
para
in
generar
order to create
políticas públicas
visibilization, to create
orientadas a
public
atender sus
policies
necesidades
oriented to
específicas.
assist their specific
Nuestra
needs.
institución se
Our
complementa con otras,
institution is
CEJA,
complemented with other
a partir
institutions,
de un
the
trabajo
UCA,
práctico. Siempre
from
nuestro ámbito de
practical
trabajo es el ámbito
hands-on work.
operacional.
Our
Y
scope of
desde esta
work is the
perspectiva,
operational work. From this
agradecemos en
perspective,
primer lugar
first we
a cada
want
una de
to
las
greet
personas expertas que
each
nos
of
ha
the
acompañado en
experts who
este
have
panel
joined
y
us
también a
in this
cada uno
panel, and
de los y
also
las personas que se
each
han
of those who
conectado y que
have
están aquí
connected
presentes
and
hoy en
who are
Santiago y a
joining
las
us face to
instituciones que
face here in
estas
Santiago and
representan.
the active
El
institutions and
propósito
important
de este
institutions they
evento, desde
represent.
nuestra
The purpose of this event,
perspectiva, ha
from
sido
our
cumplido. En
perspective,
primer lugar,
has
garantizar
been
una
fulfilled.
alta calidad
First of
en
all,
nuestro
warranting
trabajo, como ha sido
quality in
contar
our
con
work
estos expositores y
as it's
expositoras de
been
lujo,
having these
generar
very
una
important
conversación a
lectures,
través de
generating
diferentes
conversations
actores,
through different
sociedad
stakeholders,
civil,
civil
estudiantes,
society,
fiscales,
students,
defensoras,
prosecution
defensores,
attorneys, public defensory attorneys, judges, personnel from police officers and gendarmerie officers. This is our work to move on with better justice across the Americas through an members that has gone through, as we've seen today, a conceptual scope, a scope of the work of other brotherhood institutions, and the scope of practices translated across different governments in the Americas. JSCS will keep on working in this scope of providing access to justice for everyone, and it has been mentioned there are lots of challenges in terms of intersectionality and how to intersection this intersectionality with other approaches such as management based on results, how interinstitutional articulation that today has been worked on, that has been expressed as a challenge we've got. I would like to wrap up explicitly expressing our deep greeting to the following institutions and people. First of all, Global Affairs Canada, as Mr. Ambassador Ogol has said, is our ally for many years to work on this and other important topics in terms of access to justice across the Americas. Second, to the authorities of the government of Chile, in particular our Undersecretary Luke Vidal, who joined us in the morning, the same to our public prosecutor or public defender of Chile, as well as the different institutions being represented from the government of Chile in this face-to-face event or hybrid events, as we planned. Also, a special thanks, and please let me point out their names explicitly, because many of them have come from far away places. They have taken many planes to be here. A special greeting to Caroline Bettinger, Gina Genevieve, Roxana Arroyo, Terry Inns, who's coming from the Caribbean, Ana Selena Pineda, Michelle Mendez, Hilary Anderson, Sara Castillo, well, Carlos Moran, who have already mentioned, and Johanna Delgado. Thank you very much, because you've been generous enough to accept to come to a face-to-face event, taking these planes from far away and generously share your knowledge with our audience. Also, a special greeting to our work team, in particular Lilian Mears. I ask a big round of applause to her. She's our expert
en género
in general,
y su trabajo
and her
ha
work
sido
has
clave
been
para
key
que esto hoy
for
se convierta
this
en
to
realidad.
become a
Gracias,
reality.
Lire. Ya eres
Thank
parte,
you.
obviamente,
You
de
are
nuestro equipo
part, of course,
cejano.
of our GSCA
Invitarles
team.
a seguir
Invite
reflexionando
you
ahora
to
en el
keep on
café.
reflecting now in the coffee.
Conversé con dos
I
personas
talked
y
to
con esto quiero
I
finalizar
had a
y nos
conversation with
parece
two
que esto
people. I want to
ejemplifica de
wrap up
mejor
with this,
manera
and I
nuestro
think this
propósito cuando
exemplifies
organizamos
in a better
esto.
way our
Una de
purpose
ellas
when
me
we
dijo, me
organize
tengo
this.
que ir
One of them
temprano,
said me I have to
pero
leave
me voy
early,
pensando en
but
cómo
I
voy
leave
a
thinking
hacer
about
que
on how
dentro
to
de mi
make that
institución se
within
aplique
my
el enfoque
institution how
interseccional.
to apply this
Y eso ya
intersectional
es un
approach,
avance.
and
Y otra persona me dijo,
it's a
este
progress.
evento me ha abierto
Another
los
person
ojos
said,
para pensar en
this
cómo voy a
event
hacer
has
los
opened my
datos,
eyes to
porque yo
think about
trabajo en
how
sistemas
to
y cómo voy a
make data,
generar
because I
datos
work in systems,
con
and how
enfoque
to generate
interseccional.
data with
Este justamente ha
intersectional
sido
approach.
el propósito de
This
este
is
evento.
precisely the
Desde esta
purpose of this
perspectiva
event.
lo
And from
consideramos
that
exitoso,
perspective, we think
porque
it is
además, y
successful
aquí viene
because,
lo más
and
valioso
this
de
is
un
the most
evento, la
valuable of
audiencia ha
the
sido
event,
también de
the
lujo,
audience
la
has
audiencia
been
presencial,
very
la
important.
audiencia
The
virtual,
face-to-face
así que con
audience, the
este
virtual
evento y
event
esta
has been a
alegría
luxury
declaramos
audience with this
finalizado este
event, and
evento.
with this
Muchas
joy,
gracias.
we declare this event closed. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.